All right, before I say anything, I just want to go ahead and say in March, I picked Fundora to beat Tszyu. And Tszyu is one of my favorite fighters. So I know a lot of people going around and saying certain things based off this fight, but even though I picked Tszyu in this fight, in the Fundora fight, I picked Fundora in that fight. And the point we at right now, it's like a lot of people trying to play mind games, and that's why I say a lot of people say a lot of things and then they want to walk it back months later. But they felt like Tszyu won his last fight. So now because he lost this fight, they saying, oh well, he ain't this and he ain't that. Y'all, that shows you that people didn't treat him like he lost his last fight. And that was the biggest mistake they could, and that didn't really help him. But it clearly shows that people thought he won the last fight. They said, oh, it was the blood and stuff like that. And that goes back to what I was saying last week about the Bibble fight. Those are two fights that's examples of people listening to the commentary instead of actually breaking down the fight like they should be. Like, most people don't know how to score a fight. Even professionals. I don't care who. Even professionals. Because clearly people were saying, yeah, man, it was professional boxers walking around in March. Most of the guys last week that was talking about the Bibble fight, they had a huge issue with it. Oh, those were the same people that was running around saying that, oh, if Tszyu wouldn't have had the cut, he would have won the fight. I had to get on here, and I'm one of the only people in boxing that was actually running around saying this because I don't have an agenda. But it was a lot of people walking around saying that Tszyu lost the fight because of the cut. Then you see all the mistakes. That's how you know people not watching boxing. It would be a waste of time to break down boxing. These people have watched Tszyu fight plenty of times. They just seen him fight Fundora. But they still turn around and say, I'm surprised that he lost. How are you surprised that he lost? Why are you surprised that he lost? I was surprised that everybody thought he won in the Fundora fight. And that he lost because of the cut. And they didn't see all the mistakes he made. Bro, I stood on here for 3 hours and explained everybody the mistakes Tszyu made in the Fundora fight. And people still sat here and said, but because of the cut, I think he would have won. I was like, okay. All right. People lucky that he didn't get fed to Terence Crawford this weekend. And that was another person that was ready to feed to Terence Crawford to see if I don't know, for something to somehow find out if Terence Crawford is ready, whatever that means. Terence Crawford's ready. You need to find out these other guys ready. These other guys ain't ready to be in front of no Terence Crawford. The guys you got to stick in front of Terence Crawford right now got to have 300 amateur fights and stuff like that. Those type of fighters. Those type of guys you got to have in front of Terence Crawford right now. But guys can't even make it to the fight, though. A lot of people want to fight Terence Crawford. You can't make it to the ring. That's why I don't like planning fights. People like, yeah, man, we're going to have this person fight, then this person. It never works. It never, in a 50-50 fight, it's not going to happen. I'm not a huge fan of that. When Joshua tried to do it just now with Dubois, I wasn't a huge fan of it. I'm like, just put the fight together and see what happens after that. You know what I'm saying? In a real 50-50 fight, you ain't finna be making no plans. That's why I say when anyways doing the, oh, I'm gonna fight this guy, I'm gonna fight Neary, then Doheny, then Goodman. I'm like, bro, what? So these guys is, that's why I'm saying, no, I'm not a fan of that. These guys ain't that good then if they guarantee that next year they're gonna be available. Ain't no guarantees in boxing that a guy gonna win. That's why you gotta have the fights. But yeah, that's why I was like, man, let me chill out on breaking down these fights, bro. These people, they still think Tszyu beat Fedor. So of course it's an upset right now. To some people. Not to me. Cause like I said, I had forgot. To be honest with you, I had forgot I picked Fedor to beat Tszyu. I'm sitting around here thinking, I'm like, yeah, it's not really an upset to me. Then in my mind, I'm like, why am I saying that? Then I thought yesterday, I'm like, oh, I picked Fedor to beat him. Forgot about that. And ain't nobody understand what I was saying about his approach to the game, what he was bringing as far as his approach in the Fedor fight. Nobody understood what I was saying as far as the length and the jab. Now you see it, and he went in there. He couldn't do it. Couldn't deal with it. No adjustments at all. And what's crazy is people jumping up today talking about, yeah, what about Bakaram and Terence Crawford? So now, after Bakaram then went in there and beat Tszyu, all of a sudden Bakaram then jumped the line over everybody. Now boots ain't important no more. They was asking about that. Like I said, man, 154 is a tougher division than what people have gave it credit for. They think people are just, the only fight somebody can have right now is either Boots or Canelo, and that would be a tough fight. No, no, it's not. That would be a big name to fans who don't watch boxing all the time, but that wouldn't be just the guaranteed toughest fights right now. The only fights we want to see, nah. But that just goes to show though, because people been saying for months, about a year now, the only fights we want to see is Terence Crawford versus Boots. Now I'm hearing Bakaram versus Terence Crawford because he went out there and stopped. So yeah, it's a lot of hopping around and jumping from opponent to opponent. I'm telling you, if you name all the opponents people named for Terence Crawford, after he beat Spence, they said Jerron Ennis. Then they went from Jerron Ennis to Canelo. Then they went from Canelo to Tszyu. Then they went from Tszyu. Well, they actually said Spence rematch, but then they went Tszyu. Then they went Fedor. Then who was after Fedor? Went back to Canelo. Then they went to where we are now, I guess. Where we are now, Bakaram. So like, who is people actually gonna be satisfied with this guy fighting? And why we can't name no other fighters like this? Why the only fighters that we can name fights for is Terence Crawford? What about all these other guys that's on pound for pound? When these guys gonna fight the top guys in the division? When we gonna put some pressure under them? As soon as, it's weird, as soon as a guy in 154 fights somebody and wins, people are like, yeah, Terence Crawford should fight that guy. These can't be the same fans that said that the Berlanga and Canelo fight was okay. Can't be the same guys. I know y'all don't have standards now. Yeah, cut it out. You don't have standards in boxing. If you wanted to see the best fight the best, you would ask your favorite fighter to fight the best. I don't know where boxing is going now, to where the only fighters we ask to fight the best is the guys we don't like. What? Yeah, I don't like him. I don't believe he's one of the best. So we should be asking everybody to fight the best, not just certain guys that we can see losing or something. I don't know where boxing is going in that direction. It's okay to like who you like, but that's pure like you're just seeking out somebody to take a loss, which people are accusing fans of with Canelo, but that's not the same thing. We just want to see him in the ring with the best, not guys who never had belts. At this point right now, your best years can't be spent in the ring with guys who never had a belt. Sorry. I wouldn't recommend it. Not your best years. The last years. Not the first years, the last years. The last years. But yeah, I was sitting back, but when I realized that, I'm like, yeah, bro, like even imagining now, if Tszyu wouldn't have got dropped in that fight, if he would have fought the same way he was fighting that whole fight, people would have said, oh yeah, he won that fight on points. It would have been another controversy. So the knockdowns really saved Bakaram, because it would have been a whole nother Fundora situation where people said, oh yeah, well, the blood and the cut, that's the reason why. Nah, he had the same mistakes in this fight he had in the last fight. He's lost 2 fights in a row. This guy has lost 2 fights in a row. That's what I don't understand. You can't lose 2 fights in a row and then all of a sudden people like, well, yeah, the last fight he had, it was bad. Yeah, but he had mistakes in the other fight. No matter if you go 12. That's the difference between just looking at a fight. People think, oh, a guy gets knocked out and that's bad. Yeah, but you also getting out jabbed for 12 rounds is bad too. But people don't look at it that way though. They'll consider that close because it was on points and it was certain points that's blowouts or that's dominant. You get dominated in 12 rounds. It may not look that way because it was a 12-round fight, but yeah, he got dominated in a Fundora fight. Nothing he did was anything he could bring into this fight. To be honest with you, him getting treated like the fans been doing, giving him credit, like he said, I felt good after the Fundora fight. I wasn't really too upset, but the way he's upset now is the way he should have been upset after that Fundora fight. The way he's thinking about adjusting and changing the way he boxing should have been the way he was thinking after the Fundora fight. I tried to warn everybody. I'm like, man, hey man, he gotta do something with that jab, man. I'm talking about I'm still disappointed because I know these people are still walking around. I'm like, they really said that he lost the Fundora fight because of blood and they didn't see none of the mistakes he made. But they think they can break down boxing like that. Like, ain't no way you breaking down anything. People sometimes be thinking I'm just talking on videos. They be like, oh, he just talking. Yeah, I'm just talking. Fundora got a belt right now though. And I picked Fundora, so this fight right here really doesn't make any difference to me. I seen back then that people really didn't care about who won or lost. I said, dang, they giving the loser credit, and then they was treating Fundora was second news. He was second. They didn't really talk about Fundora until Terence Crawford got mentioned with Fundora. He was second nature to some people. They was like, oh. He wasn't even a thought. I said, oh, that's bad. I said, people don't even realize Tszyu up here, he being aggressive and he having trouble with that jab. He got to do something with that. That means jab, offense, and defense. And in this fight, same thing. Being ultra aggressive. Almost the same mistake like Joshua was making, being ultra aggressive. That's why when some people be like, man, Shakur Stevenson boring, man. He boring. He need to just run up in there and get dropped like Tszyu just did. That's what just running up in there, and that's what exciting look like. When people say fights are boring. Well, that's what exciting look like. When you go home with a loss, let's see how exciting that is. So fans be like, man, that's boring, man. Better stop listening to these fans. The guy ain't fought that much. He should have took him at deep waters. It is what it is. But to act like we ain't never seen Tszyu get outboxed before? Nah. No way. Yeah, we still need to go back and score that fight. People act like that fight was close. Like it was a super, super close fight, man. Like, man, bro, I just can't get over that. I'm just being real. I just can't get over that. Something in my mind just telling me like, bro, that is a huge problem. That is a very huge problem. Somebody got to explain to me why Tszyu been walking around all these months and we still talking about how the cut was the issue. It was never the issue, man. I thought after a couple of days, people look at the fight and be like, oh, okay. Nah, you still got people walking around saying that stuff. That dude he ain't finna get better with the fans babying him like that. That ain't gonna help. That ain't gonna help at all. That ain't gonna help. After no loss. I've seen guys get draws with certain fighters and people treat them like a loser. Yeah, man, I know if I can, one of my favorite fighters, I know if I can pick against him. Well, yeah, but that's how I know a lot of people, favorite fighters ain't they favorites, because you might not be able to pick every time when you think they're going to lose, but you should see a loss coming, potentially at least. Potentially a loss coming at least. Or a chance. And I'm just talking about in any fight. With any fighter. It ain't got to be every time, but once in a while you should be like, man, it's gonna be a bad style matchup for the fighter I'm rooting for. But yeah, that's a lot of people that's gonna get put on. That's gonna get exposed real quick. Trying to chase Terence Crawford their whole career at 54. It's a lot of guys. Man, I'm telling you. Did I think Tszyu was ready after losing to Fundora to fight Terence Crawford? No. I absolutely not. I ain't never said that. Yeah, he ready. Nah. Nah. Y'all trying to send guys in there that ain't even prepared yet. These guys ain't ready yet. It's gonna be a lot of young guys getting knocked off trying to get to the grown-ups table to fight Terence Crawford. There's gonna be a lot of guys getting knocked off. It's a 50-50 fight. Somebody gotta lose. Everybody ain't finna win. And then I give Tszyu credit though. He fought Charlo's mandatory. I seen something interesting though. So I'm gonna go ahead and say this. I heard, and I like Harrison Lubin. I'm gonna break something down. What's up, Alda pal? What's going on? And I like Harrison Lubin. I'm gonna tell y'all how real of a boxing fan I am. I was a fan of Charlo. I seen Charlo go out there and knock out Lubin the first round. And after Lubin got knocked out, I said, man, he made a big mistake, man. Going in there trying to fight Charlo like that. I said, but he'll be all right. I think he'll be good. I ain't make a big deal about it. Everybody was, memeing it, putting it up. And I'm telling this story for a reason. So everybody was saying, yeah, Lubin got knocked out by Charlo. Man, he need to get back to the drawing board. Lubin fought his way back up. Yeah. Yes, it's Spanish. Lubin had fought his way back up. And he got back to contender status. End up losing to Fundora. And guess what? I still think Lubin a contender. That's how real of a boxing fan I am. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's just one fight. But most fans don't understand that. Sometimes it's just one fight. But sometimes they do understand that, and they'll tell a guy to retire after one fight. So that's why I'm trying to figure out now why they're not acknowledging that Tszyu got outboxed. That's why I try to tell you, a lot of these boxing reporters and fans and whatever else you want to call them, when they was running around saying Tszyu would have won that fight with Fedor if it wasn't for the blood, that was the biggest lie they ever told. And that fight this weekend exposed that. It was a lie. The blood stuff, it was all a lie. I said that. I knew it was. That's why I was so mad when they were saying it. I'm still mad at that. That actually was a big story. And you had people bringing that story up this week about the blood. I'm like, come on, man. Fedora's nose was bleeding the whole fight to the point where his blood was turning purple. I'm like, man, what are we talking about? We're never going to get to a point where we actually know how to break down a fight. I'm telling you. Once I seen the Tszyu fight, when people were saying, oh yeah, if his nose wouldn't have got busted, he would have won that fight. Once I heard that, I said, we'll never get to a point. So I'm not surprised about the Bivol crap last week. Most of the people that said that Fedor would have lost if Tszyu didn't have the cut on his head, most of those people thought Bivol was the one last week. No disrespect, I'm just keeping it 100. Doesn't mean they don't know boxing. It was a close fight. So it doesn't mean nobody doesn't know boxing. I'm just keeping it 1,000. That's the best example I can give. I'm not a good liar, so I'm not finna sit up here and lie. Most of the people who sat up here and said, nah, I didn't say all, but most who said that the cut, and I'm talking about professional boxers, that said that the cut stopped Tszyu from performing well, they said that Bivol won last week. And then look how Tszyu looked this weekend. So if I was a reporter and I say, hey man, last time you said the cut was the difference in the fight, so what about this time? He didn't have any cut, so what was the problem? Oh well, he didn't do the jab, and he didn't do that last fight. And none of y'all talked about it. He didn't do that last fight. He didn't move his head last fight. He didn't get out the way last fight. Oh, when will people get back to breaking down fights for real? That's why I say it's a waste of time talking about fantasy fights when we got real fights going on that people don't even know what's going on. Then when they talk about judging the fight, I'm like, okay, how are you judging the fight? Then you realize these people don't even know how to judge a fight. So I'm sitting up here talking. So they don't want to break down the fight. They don't want to learn how to judge a fight. If a guy lose, they blame it on blood. First time I heard that in thousands of years I've been watching boxing. Well, not watching boxing, but we have thousands of years worth of history that we can keep up as far as with boxing, right? I've never heard in the history of boxing, we can go back to the 1600s. I've never heard of anybody talking about losing a fight because of blood. In MMA, I haven't heard that. In boxing, I never heard that. So that right there kind of offended me. To use that excuse. Out of all the times fans make fun of boxers for using excuses, the excuse they use and the media uses is, oh, blood. It was blood. Oh, yeah, the blood. All right. But this is boxing though, right? We talking about boxing. Okay. But everybody was a doctor though. So yeah, it has nothing to do with, people can laugh and all that other stuff and say, oh, Tszyu lost and all that. I seen what people were saying after that Fedor fight. That blood excuse was weak. It was super weak. One of the most disappointing things I ever heard watching boxing. It was. And this is why now people trying to find out who can beat Terence Crawford and everything else. Find somebody else who can beat Canelo. How about find somebody who can beat Tank? Why? Like, do I gotta get into that too? Why are these weird fans? I thought y'all was fans of boxing. So now we got people that just want to find guys who can beat Terence Crawford. For some reason, Tank and Canelo, the biggest fighters in boxing. But if I try to find somebody who can beat them, oh, you just a hater. But y'all, all of y'all doing that. All of y'all sitting up here finding somebody who could try to fight Terence Crawford. That y'all done named every fighter. Every 54. The dude been at 154 for a year. Well, half a year. Well, a couple of months, really. Let's just say that. He been at 154 for 2 months. Because he was still supposed to fight Earl Spence at 47 recently. And people say he too big, he too small for 68, even though Charlo went to 68. So they think, so what everybody should be doing is waiting on to see when Charlo next time he fighting. Because he good enough to fight Canelo, but Crawford ain't. So that's who everybody should be checking on right now. They should be checking on Charlo. His name should be popping up every day in boxing, on every channel. Every day, every channel. His name should be popping up. It should be one of the most searched names on YouTube. Guaranteed. Because I seen Berlanga and Munguia go out there and do the same thing. Get dropped. Go 12 rounds, and now they more popular, so they good enough. So why is we still worrying about who Terence Crawford can fight at 54? Because they want to see him lose. But that's why I said I continue to post videos like I do, because people always play one side, but they don't want to play both sides. I had one guy telling me one day, oh man, why would you talk about the fighter that everybody likes? Everybody likes. Bro, you know how many people on earth? Everybody don't. These guys ain't selling 10 million pay-per-views. Everybody don't like these guys. They like what they do in the ring, but some of them lately, and some of them, they don't really know like that, as we can see this weekend. But these guys ain't as popular as people trying to make them. If Jake Paul could pop on the scene with no kind of experience really at all, and wing it and put fights together and everything else and promote, man, look, y'all ain't as popular as y'all saying y'all is. And I ain't saying that as a diss, I'm saying that as a fact. A lot of guys be thinking they too good for certain situations or fights or opponents. Then they turn around, they start looking around, they like, man, I ain't got no career like that. Ain't no way Baccarat should have even made it this far. Should have had somebody at 54 knock him off already. This dude was Charlo's mandatory. And instead of Charlo fighting this guy, he went ahead and fought Canelo. And I sat up here after Charlo fought Canelo last year and posted a video and said, man, why did you fight Canelo instead of fighting this guy? Why didn't you get this guy out the way? I'm like, I don't want to say nothing bad about Charlo, but that was iffy. I'm like, man, you got this Baccarat guy hanging around and Tszyu as a mandatory? Jeez. Why are you doing that? You could have fought these guys already. Now people saying, oh, he back. Man, back for what? He just had two of his mandatories fight each other. And one of them still a champion. And they still want to fight him. If they have a chance. Or they don't have no other options as far as guys with belts. But man, these guys, all they want to do is find people that can beat Terence Crawford. Man, you know how easy it is? If I was to just go around trying to find boxers, we could have been got a guy like Daniel Dubois to beat Anthony Joshua when people were saying that he was the best boxer in heavyweights. I've been saying for years that his skill just ain't all that like people been saying. It's just certain people, like, they want to hurry up and put them on a level with a certain fighter, and it just diminishes their value so fast. You got to let them work their way up first. Instead of fighters working their way up now, like Terence Crawford did, he had to work his way up. He was in his 30s, and people like he ain't fought nobody. So he had to work his way up. But now these guys, they don't even got to work their way up. They just like, oh, I think he ready for Terence Crawford. So he ain't gotta go through none of the stuff Terence Crawford just went through when everybody at PBC and everybody else talking about he ain't fought nobody at 47 and he ain't that good. They ain't gotta go through none of that slander. From day one, a lot of these guys is just called the best. Oh, I think he the best. I think Baccarat beat Tszyu, so I think he the best now. He wasn't the best when he was mandatory for Charlo. He wasn't the best. For the last 3 years when he was mandatory for Charlo, he wasn't the best. But people say Terence Crawford fighting nobody though because he fought Murtazaliev, and people ain't that up to date with the European fighters, so they don't know too much about who's good and who's not until they see 1 versus 2 fight each other. And then if 1 beats 2 or 2 beats 1. Then they'll figure out then that those guys are pretty good. But last week, Fundora was the guy for Terence Crawford. Then this week is Baccarat. They gonna keep switching who they want to see Terence Crawford fight until he falls. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Ain't no way your favorite fighter, Terence Crawford, gonna fight your favorite fighters mandatory from a year or 2 ago. Now you just ignore everything about this same guy being a mandatory for a Charlo or somebody. Instead of Terence Crawford saying, hey man, I want to fight Charlo. Let me fight Charlo. He said he wanted to fight Charlo last year. He said, man, let me fight Charlo. Get in the ring with him. Instead of doing that, nah, let's have Terence Crawford fight Murtazaliev, Charlo mandatory. So what, we still doing tryouts for fights or what? This for a belt anyways, if they fight right now, so it makes sense, but it's crazy how things work out like that, right? But people better stop. They better stop. And I'm not upset that if anybody didn't think that Tszyu would have won this fight. I picked him to win this fight. I'm talking about the last fight, that Fundora fight, and what I've been seeing the last couple of days. People still talking about that cut, bro. That's why he won. That's why he ended up losing this fight, man. He didn't. He hasn't been treated like a person who lost a fight. He hasn't been treated like a person who lost a fight. When Deontay Wilder went 12 rounds with Joseph Parker, people was asking him to retire. And the only people he lost to, a person he lost to before that fight was Tyson Fury. So a man lost to Tyson Fury, one of the best heavyweights in the world right now. The person that everybody was saying the greatest of this era, greatest is Ali and everyone else. A lot of fighters said better than Ali. A lot of fighters that said that Bivol won, they said that Fury is better than Ali. Not saying that that's a bad, nah. I'm not even gonna get into it. But yeah, they say he was better than Ali. I'm like, okay. Okay. I don't say anything extreme like that on here. And I'm not the smartest guy. I'm not I don't know every boxer. But I do know human nature. I know instincts. I know what my eyes tell me. And I usually don't listen to what everybody says. So when this commentary and stuff be fooling people all the time, even the fans, like usually boxers, if y'all notice, these boxers be like, man, I can break down a fight, man, different from. Then they get out here and say the same thing the commentator's saying. Bro, you ain't breaking down nothing. Yeah, what's up, HDZ? Yeah, if you speak Spanish, yeah, you'll be able to read it. Yeah, but a lot of these, they say the same thing the commentators say. So these dudes really ain't doing nothing special. They can just get a short video of what these commentators say and post it. They ain't even got to say nothing. They usually agree 99.9% of the time with commentary. You know what I'm saying? It's 99.9. Oh yeah, I know. Appreciate that, bro. I already know what's up there. Yeah, 99.9% of the time they agree with the commentary, man. That's why we got people running around now talking about, man, I can't believe Tszyu lost. He lost to Fundora. What you mean you can't believe? It was an upset. The last fight was an upset. He lost to a 25-year-old, and he lost to a 31-year-old who has hundreds of fights under his belt. Now, which one you think is a bigger upset? Him losing to a 25-year-old Fundora who just got put to sleep a year before that, or a Bakaram who has hundreds of fights at amateurs and never been beat before? I was hoping the man was gonna make some adjustments. But yeah, it was very difficult for me to pick Fundora over Tszyu, but I did. And then you have people talking about blood. Man, they set this man up for failure. That's the only excuse I can give him. These fans making it seem like he just watched Fundora when clearly he lost, and it wasn't because of blood. It was because of the same mistakes he made in this fight. But you know, people don't care about none of that, man. They don't care about breaking down fights no more. Breaking down fights is a lost art now. It's not something that's really... Breaking down fights is a waste of time these days. If it's not a knockout, clearly they're going to have a problem. Say it's a robbery, go the distance. Or they're going to blame the blood or something like that. I'm telling you, you'll never hear that blood excuse again. We've seen Bitterbeard with a cut with more blood on his face. We've seen Badu Jack with blood on his face like that. Worse. Even Fury we've seen like that. Ain't nobody blame no fight on no blood. Even with Tyson Fury, nobody said, hey man, Tyson Fury, he went the distance with Otto Wallin because he had blood in his eyes. So yeah, that was a time in history where fans dropped the ball, man. They really did. They dropped the ball on that one. And I said it too. I heard, I'm like, blood? What? I still can't get over that. That's insane. I still can't get over that. Can we talk about what the dude was doing? And if you really think about it, nobody was really talking about what this dude was doing wrong in the fight against Fundora. Nobody was talking about it. But yeah, man, these young guys chasing Terence Crawford, they're going to end up getting knocked off. That's Murtazaliev. That's Tszyu with 2 losses trying to chase Terence Crawford. You got more people. They got Volchek just lost. A close one to Virgil Ortiz. I heard people talking about Virgil Ortiz for Terence Crawford. Come on, man. What are we trying to do? Yeah, Bakaram, he gonna be the best option right now. And if Bakaram was to get an upset over Terence Crawford, that ain't gonna be good for all these other boxers. I know fans say, yeah, put Bakaram in the ring with Terence Crawford. Okay, and if he win, y'all favorite fighter ain't gonna do nothing. If they would have did it already. I know people trying to feed Bakaram to Terence Crawford like, yeah, Terence Crawford need to fight him. He gonna fight him if he want undisputed. Unless you think Canelo is Bakaram is better than Canelo now. I'm starting to feel like fans are starting to talk like Bakaram better than Canelo. I have no issue with that, but I just want to hear the truth about it if they feel like that. It sounds like people are talking like, because I heard no other people requested for Bakaram. I was talking about this last year. I'm starting to realize now. I told people I'd be a year early on some of this stuff, so it will look weird, but it is what it is. But I already knew this, man. To be honest with you, I already knew it was gonna be tough for Tszyu. I thought Tszyu probably wouldn't lose to like Murtazaliev, but I knew it was gonna be another one, man. The division too hard, and everybody ain't doing it, so it looks abnormal for him to actually be out here trying to fight everybody already. Is not normal, so it's not gonna be popular to the average person. Then to get losses, the only person I actually seen the fans not care about losing is like Fury or Joshua. So with Tszyu, he's not in that position yet to where he got enough fans to where they can ignore it. He got enough to where they can kind of like still do some things, but not to the point where you'll be able to sway the public. What's up, Truth? But yeah, the fans are actually making boxing very exciting right now. I'm gonna tell you why. You're gonna cripple a lot of these boxers trying to feed them to Terence Crawford. A lot of these guys won't even make it to a Terence Crawford fight. Because first of all, right now, you have to either try to fight for a belt or have to be close to fighting for a belt. So that means you got to be at least in a 50-50 fight before you fight Terence Crawford. That means you got to prove yourself. That means that has to be one of the best fights on your resume. And once you get to that point and you actually do get in the ring with Terence Crawford, maybe you do good enough to the point where right now, if you go 12 rounds with Terence Crawford, people going to think you won anyways. Look at Murtazaliev. It took people too much to watch that Murtazaliev fight. Then they said, you know what? Terence Crawford did win that fight. They're not going to say it out loud, but people didn't know how to score that fight. They didn't know how to score that fight, but silently, they know now Terence Crawford won after watching it 50 million times. It only take me one time to watch something. I think the only fight I had to watch back was that Virgil Ortiz and bullshit fight because, like, bro, like people don't know how to score a fight, so it is what it is. He said Baccarat versus Conwell. I mean, Baccarat a big guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, anybody who's big at that weight class with Conwell, I'm going to kind of be iffy with, but I like Conwell, though. I'm kind of, in most fights, I go with Charles Conwell, but Baccarat just too tall, though. So I would go with him. Conwell, one of the smaller 154s. He's a smaller 54. I don't want to sound like he's a tiny guy or something, but I think he might be smaller than Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford's big, bro. Terence Crawford's arms longer than Baccarat's arms. I don't know if people understand how long Terence Crawford's arms are, but his arms are longer than Baccarat's arms. So he's a big guy. Just as far as height, it's not there, but he can cover some area. But I'll probably take Baccarat in that fight. Yeah, even Conwell. I'm glad you brought up Charles Conwell. It's dudes that ain't even fought Charles Conwell yet at 54. And they trying to fight Terence Crawford? How? Y'all ain't fought Baccarat or Terence Crawford. Or Charles Conwell. You got good dude. And I'm gonna tell you, those same guys was at 54 when Charlo was getting undisputed. And that's one of Charlo's mandatories. So really, Charlo was supposed to fight Baccarat to get undisputed, but that fight never happened. So he was still the man under a mandatory, and they never skipped him and fought Castano. Oh, okay, yeah, Baccarat, yeah, he a bigger guy. I was telling everybody he's a bigger guy before the fight. They ain't really huge. He's not tall like Fedorov, but he got some he's like a mini Kovalev or something. He's like a mini Kovalev. But yeah, I was talking about this fight a year ago. Before they was even thinking about making this fight, I was talking about this fight. This time last year, I was talking about this fight and them making this fight. Yeah, I was talking about them making this fight last year. Because I knew how good it'll be. And I also knew that these guys were they could fight each other. He said, I came across a channel that keeps saying Bud cheated versus Spence and he did something to his gloves. And Derrick James checked Bud gloves after the fight in the ring. First of all, I'm going to tell you this right here. And this is no disrespect, but I was right about Derrick James. The only big win that Derrick James has had lately is Ryan Garcia. And that was on some PEDs. So Derrick James really ain't did nothing, bro. He really is a garbage trainer, to be honest with you. Cause I ain't like what he said about Haney will never be the same and stuff like that. What if I said he'll never be the same as far as his career in boxing? And that's not even something where I'm physically wishing harm on him. He's wishing harm on another man outside of the ring type stuff. So what if I said that I felt like his career would never be the same because the only big win he got lately is Ryan Garcia on PEDs. And before Ryan Garcia was on that juice, he was turning his back in the fight to Oscar Duarte swinging at the air, swinging the air, trying to hit air. And I heard everybody making fun of him after that fight. And you were training him. And Anthony Joshua left you. So you lost the fight with Joshua. You lost the fight with Charlo against Canelo. You lost the fight with Spence. Sorry, Derrick James get on my nerves. I felt like he got way too much praise that he shouldn't have. It's way more trainers that did way more in boxing that ain't got the praise that he done got the last 10, 15, 20 years. And that's facts. No disrespect, I'm being 100. Look at Nazir Muhammad. They used to train with Steve Cunningham and what's the other one? Bernard Hopkins and Shane Mosley, the one who found out that Margarito gloves was messed up. You would have never even known the dude gloves was messed up if it wasn't for Nazir Muhammad. So at the end of the day, Derrick James, he get more credit than Nazir Muhammad. To be honest with you, Derrick James, the same guy that was telling the whole world that Terence Crawford ain't that good. So how good of a trainer is he actually? He don't know how to read talent like Terence Crawford, but so how good is he? You said Derrick James? Bro, you didn't hear what I just said? Derrick James didn't even know how good Terence Crawford was. And he didn't bring his fighter in there prepared enough to even face against Terence Crawford. So you didn't have Spence ready enough against Terence Crawford. You wasn't prepared. You didn't know how good Terence Crawford was. I'm just a keyboard warrior, and you're a trainer getting paid a lot of money, and you want more money. You did a terrible job against Terence Crawford training Spence, and you want more money from Spence. Shoot. I could tell you right now, Dimitri Bivol was on PEDs against Bitterbill. He would have won that fight. If I was Derrick James, I'd be embarrassed. You said Derrick James came up with a great game plan, but you got to realize that's not a great game plan if the only fighter that you done had that won. The only fighter you done had that won lately is a guy that was on PEDs. You're a trash fighter. You're a trash trainer. That Derrick James he gonna be remembered as a guy who couldn't win with Spence. Well, he did win with Spence, but I'm talking about as far as against Bud. Charlo against Canelo. Anthony Joshua. That was after the Usyk fight because Anthony Joshua had Robert Garcia. Couldn't do nothing with Joshua. So the only guy you won with was a guy on PEDs. The other 4 or 5 guys, then Frank Martin recently, he had a good game plan in that fight. It was decent. But come on, bro. And you used to be a fighter? So yeah, I don't believe in these guys. And this was what everybody's saying when Derrick James was that guy. I ain't saying it right now because I'm trying to go at his neck or nothing like that. I ain't trying to disrespect the man. He still is a trainer that's put a lot of American talent out there. I ain't saying it like he's trash because he ain't win the big one. But like I said, when he said that bro, if I sit up here, if your mom or something gets in an accident or anything else, and I sit up here and say your mom ain't gonna never be the same, bro, you ain't gonna never have respect for me after that, or you will never trust me, even if it ain't your mom. It could be somebody else's mom. You ain't finna trust me as no man when I'm sitting up here hoping the worst happened during the worst time. I lost all kind of respect for that guy, and I don't never get personal here about no. But yeah, come on, that was terrible. I can't stand that guy. Lost all respect. No wonder him and Spence having some issues now, cause yeah, true colors come out at the wrong time. What fight you talking about? The Frank Martin fight with Derrick James? Man, like I said, man, those guys like that is part of the problem, man. When I think of Derrick James now, he's just another guy who sat up here and act like Terence Crawford ain't that good all these years. Number 1 pound for pound now. Number 1 pound for pound. And just made it seem like, and I know how to separate the two. I ain't got to disrespect Earl Spence to make my point with Derrick James. And I noticed that now. Notice how I ain't said nothing disrespectful about Earl Spence the whole time I've been talking just now. Because I ain't got to do all that. But he did. Yeah, he made. To be honest with you, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was waiting on Crawford to beat Spence in that fight, but Earl Spence still one of my favorite fighters from day one. Like, I was watching Earl Spence all the way back then. Like, before he even fought Kell Brook. I'm talking about all the way back when he was first on PBC. So, nah, I only seen the fight one time, man. I only seen the fight one time. It only take me one time to watch a fight, but I couldn't really even watch it like that, so I ain't really watch it like that, if you understand what I'm saying. Like, when I like watching Terence Crawford and Spence so much that was one fight where I was like, I can't really watch it, because I knew what was going to happen, but I kind of like Spence. I like Spence, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not a fan to the point where I'm sitting up here looking like, man, I want to see, put Jerron Ennis in the ring with him, or put Baccarat, put Tim Tszyu in there, put this person. They didn't call it out, bro. They didn't pick every fight. Haven't y'all noticed that Terence Crawford has set up? I can make a whole live right now to where I can point out every fighter that Terence Crawford set up a fight with this year, or he's a mandatory. He a mandatory for Fundora right now. He a mandatory for Fundora. Oh yeah, I know he was with Golden Boy. I was watching MMA around that time. I was watching boxing, but I had just started to get into it, like when they was in the Golden Boy days. I was watching when like Keith Thurman was on HBO and all that stuff. That's when I started to get back into it a little bit. So I had missed a long period. But yeah, that fight was just weird to me, man. The whole situation, but I'm a fan of Spence, but I'm not trying to sit up here and find somebody to beat Terence Crawford every 5 minutes. Dudes who's doing that is cowardly, man. I can't respect it. Especially if you're from America. We already ain't got that many fighters that's trying to even make some noise like that, fight everybody around the world. Yeah, we got talent over here in America. We absolutely do. There's a lot of fighters around here who go around the world try to fight the best that don't have big names, or they're not in the best situation where they got to have a fight set up to where they fight a certain style. Everybody can't go down 5 pounds and fight a fighter because they comfortable with that or something else. So everybody ain't in a situation where they can pad their record or make themselves look good. But when you got one fighter who want to fight everybody and you don't respect it, I can't respect you as a boxing fan. I just can't. I don't care who you are. If you don't respect, y'all cry all day about the best ain't fighting the best, then you got one guy who want to fight the best. Your favorite fighter ain't doing it. Your favorite fighter can do whatever he want because he ain't gonna fight the best. But we got a guy who gonna fight the best, and it's like, oh, okay, well, I don't want to see that then. You said I spent more than Bud because I believe he would fight Boots if he had beat Smith. Bro, as an Earl Spence and Terence Crawford fan, bro, that is a complete lie, bro. Bro, Boots was a mandatory for Earl Spence for like 2 or 3 years. For like 2 years or something like that. If you're an Earl Spence fan, bro, you would know he was a mandatory for like 2 years or something like that. He wasn't finna fight Boots, bro. If he would have fought Boots, he would have fought him now. He could have been fought Boots. He could have fought Boots. When he could have fought Boots? Man, he could have been fought Boots, man. To be honest with you, I was expecting him to fight Boots when he was doing the Danny Garcia fight. The Danny Garcia fight, that was just a night. At that point, then, it wasn't no reason for Earl Spence to fight Danny Garcia. Earl Spence was already, once he fought Sean Porter, he could have easily fought Jerron Ennis. Jerron Ennis was his mandatory, and he called him out. Jerron Ennis called his man out on live TV, dog. Let me tell you, this is where me and everybody started to part ways as far as Earl Spence fans. When I seen Earl Spence get called out by Jerron Ennis said, I want to fight Terence Crawford. I want to fight Earl Spence next. I want the big fish. He said this. It was after the Castillo Clayton fight. Earl Spence was in the crowd. They go to the crowd. They go to the side and say, Spence. Jerron Ennis just said he want to fight the big fish. And Spence said, be careful what you try to reel in or something like that. Now, I feel like Earl Spence would have fought him because he did fight Terence Crawford. I give Earl Spence all the credit. He doing, bro, Earl Spence ain't fought in a year. He's still doing more than what these other boxers doing. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying he was a mandatory. He was a mandatory. And he could have got him out the way early. But to be honest with you though, maybe they tried to just keep him. Do I feel like Jerron Ennis would have been ready that time when Earl Spence was going to fight him? No. Even though he lost to Terence Crawford, that don't mean nothing. Back then, when he was fighting like Sean Porter and Danny Garcia, Spence would have beat him. But now, it'll be a close fight. But the thing, Bud would have did it instead of, that Spence would have did it instead of Bud or something like that. No. At the end of the day, Terence Crawford gonna have a better resume than all these guys. Terence Crawford resume at 54 alone, and this is the sad part right here. Terence Crawford resume at 54 gonna end up being better than what Canelo resume at 54 was. Cause when Canelo was at 54, he was fighting Amir Khan. And Terence Crawford finna fight Baccarat. What's up, Go Good? And that's just facts. And then I'm glad you said Spence options was Boots Canelo and Bud. If Spence options was Canelo, wow, what's the problem with all the fans? That's how you know people can feel like Terence Crawford can beat Canelo. Because why everybody had no problem with you say it's Skull food at 68. The whole 168 is food, bro. To be real with you. It ain't just Skull food at 168. 168 is becoming a retirement home. Once David Morrell and Benavidez left, it was already food. Yeah, shout out to Go Good, man. Yeah, once David Morrell and Benavidez left, 168 is that's a prospect division now. That's a division where prospects gonna come over there and start dominating. They ain't looking to fight guys that's ready. They looking to fight prospects at 168. The closest competitive fight right now you can find at 168 is what? Derevyanchenko, and he what? 54, 160? Really like a 54, but he a 160. They having tough fights with Derevyanchenko. All them guys going 12 rounds with Derevyanchenko. So 168 really ain't that. I'm not gonna act like they just got some killers up there to the point where Skull just he gonna be in fear and nothing like that. Them dudes ain't trying to fight nobody for real. They waiting on Morrell and Berlanga to do something. And at this point right now, I'm not picking Morrell or Berlanga to be not Morrell, Munguia or Berlanga to beat the Morrell or Benavidez winner. And those guys are just at 68, so they kind of let me know. But I think Skull will be all right at 68. I think he'll be all right. These guys ain't fighting each other like that anyways. They ain't trying to get better, man. They ain't trying to get better. They are not trying to get better. It's a lot of guys that's already trying to get better before they even fight a Canelo or something like that. Yeah, Alvin Ramirez, he good. Yeah, he good. Them guys at 168 need to fight. I got a video dropping in about 30 minutes where it's a guy at 168. I want them guys to fight. They need to fight Steven Nelson. If they want to show me something at 68, they can fight Steven Nelson. There's a lot of people fighting around Steven Nelson. You got Munguia picking Bazian, and I don't know who. Then he fighting Ronald Gravel. Man, come on, man. Jump in the ring with Steven Nelson or something like that. Make some noise for real. Jump in the ring with a guy who undefeated, who really give you a run for your money. Until they start doing that at 68, I don't trust them. But yeah, that's my whole thing though. But like Truth says, Earl Spence options was Boots. Well, I don't think his options were ever Boots. I'm gonna just be real with you. The only reason I say that is because I know most of these boxing channels was not calling for Boots. Because I was asking Boots. I wanted Boots to fight Gary Russell like Gary Antoine Russell like 2 or 3 years ago. Then I felt like after that, I wanted to see him fight Spence. And a lot of people didn't even know Boots back then. So I wanted to see him fight Spence. That's what he was the mandatory. And I'm telling you, he called out Spence on live TV, and everybody want to post videos about fighters they don't even like. But he called out Spence on live TV, and people didn't want to address that. That's a huge red flag, man. I think fans tell themselves like, hey, I think this guy can beat this guy, so I'm not going to ask for that fight. But ain't no way though. All those guys on PBC, and you fight everybody on PBC except Boots? Then Boots end up leaving and going to Zone? And then people forget that Terence Crawford tried to fight him on that BLK Prime platform that's still hanging around, putting on some decent fights. They put a fight on a week or two ago. A week and a half ago, they fought on BLK Prime recently. Some good fights too. I know people was making fun of the platform, but that seemed childish to me anyways. Since I've been growing up in my life, I never seen anybody make fun of a platform that was showing boxing. I guess it's funny if everybody make fun of how Devin Haney grew up with a silver spoon, but they laughing at BLK Prime putting on fights. So you couldn't grow up in the hood too much if you laughing at a boxing platform being cheap. That's silver spoon behavior. Yeah, a lot of guys at 54 give them problems. Yeah, they do fight similar. Yeah, a lot of guys will give them problems at 54. 54 a hard weight class. And you got to realize too, like I was saying, this dude Bakaram, he was Charlo's mandatory. I know a lot of people trying to request, this dude Bakaram, I wanted Charlo to fight this guy last year. And people looked at me like I was crazy. I wanted this dude to fight. I'm like, man, this dude, the Charlo mandatory? Yeah, fight. Why Charlo won't fight at mandatory? So what was supposed to happen was Bakaram, I know everybody was running around in the media putting out fake news saying that Bakaram was supposed to be, Tim Tszyu was the mandatory for Charlo. That's all you heard the last year and a half, 2 years. Oh, Tim Tszyu the mandatory for Charlo. Charlo ain't trying to fight Tim Tszyu. Well, Bakaram trying to fight Charlo. So in Bakaram mind, he like, why would I fight Tim Tszyu for no belt? And I'm finna fight Charlo for a belt. I'm waiting on Charlo to get in the ring. And I didn't understand what was going on there. I'm like, so why he ain't fighting Tim Tszyu? I'm like, oh, he trying to fight Charlo. So he ain't trying to move out that spot. So Charlo had, after the Canelo fight, Charlo had Bakaram and Tim Tszyu as a mandatory. And you'll never find Terence Crawford in a situation where he got dudes as mandatory hunting him down. That's why when people say, oh, well, Terence Crawford, he the mandatory for Boots. Yeah, after he beat Spence. Yeah, he was the mandatory. But as we said, though, the plans for Spence was to fight Terence Crawford. Then he was going to fight Canelo. Canelo even said it, that Earl Spence was in the plans for him to fight next. Because the PBC was basically letting Spence know, well, allegedly, but Spence didn't even get the Manny Pacquiao fight because he had an eye injury. So they was going to give him the Canelo fight. If Spence was like these other guys, he would have said, you know what? I'll just wait on Canelo. But he was like, nah, I'll just fight Crawford. So Spence already had plans. But these other guys could have fought up. They could have fought, if they were smart, they would have put, well, I don't know. They say Danny Garcia and Boots is cool and everything, friends, so he wouldn't fight him. It's crazy. Sean Porter and Terence Crawford is very good for friends. That's weird to me. I ain't saying that Boots them ducking or nothing. I'm just saying that's very weird that, you know what I'm saying, people ignore that Terence Crawford and Sean Porter are very, very good friends. And for some reason, people just like, well, yeah, man, Sean Porter just quitting that fight. Bro, he already fighting his friend. Like, man, cut it out. Cut it out. Some of these guys won't even fight their homeboys. Not everybody got a homeboy in boxing now. Terence Crawford, like, I ain't got no homeboy. See, he don't get no credit for that. Terence Crawford, one of the only boxers right now that jump in the ring with one of his friends and beat him up like he don't know him. And he don't get credit for that. We talking about other guys can beat up Terence Crawford? What? And then another thing too, and I hate to take it here, but I'm gonna do it anyways, cause I got, trust me, I got enough information to do it. So let me go down this, and I hate to bring this guy's name up, but I'm gonna do it. He said, what do you think Charlo left hook would do to Tim Tszyu? Or do you think that Tim will respect Charlo more? Charlo left hook. Charlo left hook and do the same thing it did to Castano. I don't even know if Castano is better than Tim Tszyu, to be honest with you, truth. And that's just facts. As much as we want to talk about what Charlo do, Charlo ain't let his hands go against Canelo. The fact that people think that Crawford can't do a better job than Crawford against Canelo, and they won't put Crawford in the ring with Charlo, that tells me a lot too. And I ain't heard Charlo saying nothing about fighting Terence Crawford right now. So if I was Charlo, I'd be the first one saying, hey, I want to fight Terence Crawford right now. So I don't really, to be honest with you, to be honest with you, bro, I seen Terence Crawford get outboxed. I mean, I seen Charlo get outboxed by Tony Harrison. And I seen him get pressured by Castano. You know what I'm saying? Charlo do got 2 losses. We do have to remember that. He got the same amount of losses as Tim Tszyu. Has he been fighting the same type of guys? Or I think he got a better resume, but as far as at 54, Castano ain't no Bakaram or nothing like that. Castano is a guy who used to go toe-to-toe with Earl Spence. But at 54, Castano ain't. That ain't no guy you go If Terence Crawford have a draw with a Castano right now, with the way Castano was against, that would be a bad look against Terence Crawford. That's why I'm looking at it now like, I don't think people understand that, to be honest with you. You got to see what Charlo did in the last couple of fights he actually been in. He been getting outboxed in a lot of fights. He been catching people with some punches. Like without the stoppage against Tony Harrison and Castano, he was getting outboxed in most of those fights, bro. He had a loss to Castano. To Tony Harrison, he got outboxed. I heard a whole bunch of people saying he ain't do nothing against Tony Harrison. Then after the Castano draw, he was telling the reporters that Tony Harrison better than Castano is. I don't know how I got a draw against Castano. So I don't know. Shoot, Tszyu can get knocked down in the first round. I seen Eric Salubin get knocked down in the first round against Jermell Charlo. That don't mean Eric Salubin ain't got no chance to fight beat nobody else. So that's why I always look at the knockouts. I'm not really gonna overreact. I don't overreact with certain situations like that. I seen Lubin get stopped by Fundora, and I seen him get knocked down in the first round by Charlo, and I still think he a good fighter. Never discredit Lubin as far as not being a contender. That's what happens when you're a young guy. You taking chances like that. That's why everybody don't do it. But you gotta respect it. But right now, to be honest with you, it's guys that's walking around right now that possibly, you gotta think about it, man. Berlanga just fought Canelo, and Munguia done fought Canelo, and Munguia done fought again already. So what is Charlo actually in position to do right now with a Tszyu? Even with him, Tszyu losing the way he did, it ain't no guarantee that Charlo can go out there and fight Fundora as good as Tszyu did. So I don't really know what Charlo's done, but I always felt like if you really break down his fights and everything he's done, he's been getting outboxed in a lot of fights. Shoot, I wouldn't mind seeing Charlo and Virgil Ortiz fight. That'll be a good one. But feeding Virgil Ortiz to Terence Crawford right now would be a mistake. I mean, I'll watch it. I'll watch it, but after that, he's not going to be much use as far as to the fans who want to see a blowout or something like that, or a domination. Yeah, but it ain't gonna be no close fight like that. 154 is hard, man. That's why a lot of people got to realize when Terence Crawford was at 47, Virgil Ortiz was at 47. You said can Big Charlo made some noise at 68. If he was his original self and he was active, like if he didn't have this other stuff going on, because I always felt like the smaller Charlo, he was a lot more fearless, like aggressive. Like he win a lot of his fights because he believe in himself and he don't really second guess things. But I think he lost that edge, bro, fighting Canelo. Like I really do. I always felt like bigger Charlo was a lot more offensive, a lot more technical. He looked better against European fighters like what's the guy name? Korobov and all those guys. I thought he did a good job in a lot of those fights. But Charlo ain't been active like that. He really hasn't. But I still think he's all his technical foundation is there. It's just his speed and his timing like a little slow. If he was in better shape like his original self, he probably could have stopped Jose Benavidez Jr. But you gotta understand though, Big Charlo just fought Jose Benavidez Jr., who was a guy that Terence Crawford fought at 47 and stopped him. You know what I'm saying? I keep telling people like Benavidez Jr., Jose Benavidez Jr., he got stopped by Terence Crawford and nobody could stop him. Charlo couldn't stop him. So I don't know if Charlo could really do something at 68. If it's not like a Benavidez or nothing, yeah, I give him a chance. If I was Charlo, you know what I would do? I'd jump in the ring with a guy like Christian and Billy. The reason being, because he ain't got no jab like that, to the point where you got to be, you can move around without trying to, you know what I'm saying? You can use your legs and beat him. So I would put Charlo in a fight like that. Yeah, Virgil, he got to get prepared. Virgil only been at 154 for a couple of months, man. He good. A couple of months at 154 ain't bad. That's why I be just got to give Virgil some time. Right now, Virgil is ahead of schedule. I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to say this now, Truth. Don't be surprised if Virgil Ortiz or Tim Tszyu end up having like a Daniel Dubois situation where they end up getting like 2 losses or something right now, or they end up losing. Like Tim Tszyu got 2 losses. Virgil Ortiz, if he ends up getting a close decision or something like that, don't be surprised if they go on a little 3 or 4 fight win streak next year or the end of next year. Because all the guys that's not fighting right now, they might be able to win their next fight, but in the long run, I don't think they getting better. You know what I'm saying? It's still people that's getting better in the pros. And fighting the type of competition they fighting, it's just, you're not going to get better. Even with people saying how Haney was getting caught with the left hook against Ryan. Yeah, but he jumped in the ring with him, though. You know what I'm saying? He still jumped in the ring with Regis Prograis. Regis Prograis had got, what's his name on the pound for pound, Josh Taylor. So that was a pound for pound fight. That fight right there gets you on pound for pound. They got Josh Taylor on pound for pound. So a lot of these guys still fighting people. I just wanted Charlo to be a little active. He ain't been active. A lot of these guys ain't fought that much. Like Keith Thurman, 3 fights since 2017 or something like that, which is insane. I think it might be 18. I know it's like last 6-7 years. That's insane. 3 fights. I think Gary Russell have been more active than him. You said he needs some cane? Yeah, somebody said that. I forgot. I think Tank said he be on that cane. Tank said he be on that cane. But yeah, I don't think that a lot of these guys is in position right now to actually be like, I'm the big dog. You're not really the big dog, bro. Like Baccarat, I can't really call Charlo the big dog right now because it's mandatory. And Baccarat still want to fight him. This ain't no situation where it's like, man, he need a belt. Who is he? Baccarat, I'm like, yeah, I still fight Charlo. So that's where Charlo ain't got no excuses at now. The only excuse he got right now is, man, I can't make 54 right now, which I'm pretty sure is a 50-50 chance that might happen. He said, I think Daniel Dubois' losses came from him being young and mentally weak. Nah, it didn't come from being hold on. It didn't come from being young and mentally weak. You can say that about most of these fighters. They young and a lot of these guys mentally weak because they ain't trying to fight the best. You can say that about most of these fighters these days, and I'm being real with you. No disrespect. But a lot of these guys ain't trying to fight the best right now. But Daniel Dubois, if you look at what he's doing what it's only a couple of guys doing right now in boxing that's doing what Daniel Dubois is doing. The only people that's doing what Daniel Dubois is doing, I've been saying it, it's Benavidez. It's you got Benavidez. I'm gonna say from this generation. You got Benavidez. You got Haney. Let me name another one. Let me see if it is. Yeah, Tim Tszyu in that situation now, so you can throw him in there. But It's only a certain amount of guys. Daniel Dubois was fighting. He lost to a Joe Joyce, who's almost 300 pounds. The dude is huge, one of the biggest heavyweights in the world. And he was only like 23 years old. And Joe Joyce was one of the best heavyweights in the world at the time. So that's not a bad loss. He was supposed to lose that fight, which he did. Then the other fight he lost was to Usyk. And he lost to Usyk after he tore his Achilles or something like that. He had an injury where he like tore his Achilles or messed up his leg or something like that. He wasn't even supposed to fight Usyk. So he went straight off of a career-ending injury, basically, and straight into the Usyk fight, and he ended up losing. So you lost to Usyk, and you lost to Joe Joyce before you was 25. There's nothing mentally weak about that. Just lost. Ain't nothing mentally weak about that. He just lost. If Usyk can't beat a 25-year-old, that's something wrong with Usyk. If Joe Joyce can't beat a 23-year-old, that's something wrong with Joe Joyce. Ain't nothing wrong with Daniel Dubois. That was supposed to happen. Now, if Usyk is supposed to lose to a 25-year-old, he a bum. Straight up. If Usyk is supposed to lose to a 25-year-old, that's why I disagree with the mentally weak thing. Because if Usyk is supposed to lose to a 25-year-old, that means he's a bum. Straight up. You said that Usyk jab. The way Usyk uses his jab, though, is he almost knocked Tyson Fury out with that jab, though. So I would say Usyk jab, the way he used it, it could be stronger than the right hand. Because I don't think the right hand is one of the biggest shots that Joshua got. I think Joshua uppercut is a lot more dangerous than the right hand. The only thing Joshua hurt Dubois with was an uppercut. And I'm not a trainer, and I knew that before the fight even happened. The only punch that could save him was like the uppercut. But he only threw it like twice, and when he did, he hurt Dubois, tried to knock him out, and he got dropped. Got put to sleep. But no, let's not get it twisted though. Like, as far as in the boxing that goes on now, like young guys under 30, those are the guys who's putting on fights right now. I can't be sitting around here saying what a guy gonna do. Like, even with like what we doing with Charlo, as far as like, oh well, he'll do this. Well, he gotta do it. Charlo ain't got no choice. If he want to continue boxing, he ain't got no choice. He gotta fight somebody. If he want to be champion again, he gotta fight somebody. He gotta fight somebody again, and again. There's no more days of fighting Castano. Look at Brian Castano right now. He ain't around right now. And he said he only gonna fight big fights. And this is the guy coming off a loss. And ain't fought in 2 or 3 years. So it's gonna be a lot of struggling going on. But anybody trying to chase Terence Crawford, they're gonna end up losing their career, man. Yeah, because Bacoli ain't had no stamina like that in a long time. I think if Tim Tszyu would have took Bakaram the distance, that's why I'm looking at Tim Tszyu like, this dude ain't fought that much in the last couple of years, and the first thing you do is you try to get him out. You try to get him out of there in the first couple of rounds after coming off a loss. Like, who's training that guy, man? That was bad. That wasn't good advice. After the first round, they should have said, hey, man, nah, let him come to you. You trying to walk a guy down, and you don't got your legs under you. Jared Anderson did the same thing. If you go back to that fight, Jared Anderson, after he got knocked down the first time, he went back. He started boxing Bacoli. Boom, boom, boom. I think it was like the second, third round. I was like, oh, okay. But when he started doing that, he like, oh yeah, I can trade with him. No, you can't, man. This dude too big, man. You gonna have to tire this guy out. So a lot of these guys think they can stand in front of everybody and just trade. They think they punch that hard. Bro, everybody punch hard. Everybody punch hard. If you stand in front of somebody long enough, they'll get you up out of there. So I think Jared Anderson found it out with Bacoli. And a lot of these guys young too, man. Like, I keep saying it. I know people be like, man, he 29. He 24. Yeah, but as far as experience fighting the guys like that with 300 amateur fights, 200 amateur fights, you ain't finna outthink these guys. And your first big... Yeah, you ain't finna do that your first big fight. Yeah, but your first big fight, you ain't gonna do that. You said Dubois? Nah, I don't think he is. I think Dubois a smart guy. I done been in around guys like that. He's socially awkward. He done been around his family most of the time, so he don't know. He don't interact with the public the same way he interacts with his family. When he get around his family, he probably just do. But yeah, you might get around me, think I'm on the spectrum a little bit, because I don't socialize with just out in the open like that with certain people. Because, man, Dubois knows these people are full of crap. That's probably why he don't socialize that well. He knows these people are full of crap out here, man. And then people just call you a quitter. But nah, if I was to think anybody was, to be honest with you, it would be definitely Tyson Fury. It would definitely be Tyson Fury. That dude blamed losing to Usyk on the war. And he in the middle of Saudi Arabia. I'm like, bro, I thought people said Saudi Arabia was dangerous. He should have got snatched up right at he said that. If Saudi Arabia was the way everybody said it was. No, I think Fury is definitely mentally ill. Allegedly. Yeah, that's real talk. That dude has said every time something happens, he says something weird. Every time. That's funny. But yeah, I think boxing got to get back to where we actually looking at it. People don't look at boxing as a marathon. Like, when I look at boxing, I'm like, okay, bro. When I say this, when I put this video up, some people just put up the video like, bro, I'm about to get views right now. So-and-so just got knocked out. He done. Then 2 years later, his name Daniel Dubois, and he got an IBF belt. And he just knocked out Anthony Joshua, who everybody said was the most technically skilled. Bro, people got to understand, boxing fans have been going around saying Joshua was the most skilled boxer of this generation. And this dude just went out there and fought worse than Deontay Wilder ever has. He didn't win one round in that fight. At least Wilder won one round his last fight. Joshua did nothing in this fight. He didn't win a round against a guy who's not technically known as a technician. Usyk is more of a technician compared to Dubois. So I don't trust others' opinions on boxing like that, for real. And I think I'm making the right decision on that. I'm hearing now people are saying Usyk versus Fury was a controversial fight. Yeah, he did. No, he asked Ngannou, does Ngannou have what do they call it? Does he have a big quarry or whatever? Did you have a big quarry? Dude's disgusting, man. I'm such a big fan of Tyson Fury, though. I knew he had kissed a guy in the ring like a couple of years ago. Well, when he did it live, I seen it, but people wasn't even watching Tyson Fury back then. Like, wow, this guy just kissed a man. on live TV in the middle of a fight, and it didn't go viral. I'm like, okay, nobody knows this guy. So nobody really knew him. So when I got in an argument one time with somebody, I posted it up. People was like, yeah, why would it be twerking? I was like, okay, Tyson Fury be kissing guys and on the lips. This dude kissed the whole guy on the lips. I'm like, this guy's tripping, man. Yeah, so that's when I'll be like, man, just keep it boxing, because y'all don't even understand what goes on outside the ring. Please. That's where they mess up, though. Fans be like, yeah, man, we're going to try to troll these boxers. It goes wrong. It goes the wrong way. Especially right now. If I was a troll, I'm not really a troll till I get like irritated, but if I'm a troll, if I was a troll, I'd be like the worst troll right now. Because the name of this title should be, I thought it was the blood verse I thought it was the blood with Tszyu versus Fedora. Because everybody made it seem like Tszyu gonna fight a lot better in his next fight because of the blood. So technically, I picked Tszyu listening to the fans. Because last fight, I picked Fedora. Man, I gotta be one of the only people on YouTube that picked Fedora to be Tszyu after getting knocked out. I picked Fedora to get knocked out against Mendoza. I wasn't on YouTube then. That was like a couple of months before I got on YouTube. Then I picked Fedora to beat Tszyu, even though he's one of my favorite fighters. So that right there, I already know. That helps me out. That helps me feel better. That lets me know I'm not being biased. That lets me know I'm not being biased. I thought I was being biased, but yeah, and Gunner will hurt, man. And Gunner will hurt. I thought he was done. And Gunner hurt his rib or something. He said he wasn't gonna fight or something like that this weekend. But yeah, he destroyed that guy. I don't know what. Everybody picking Gunner to lose too. Everybody picked him and Cyborg to lose in that fight. Yeah, I wanted Gunner to get a win after him and Tyson Fury, after Tyson Fury and Joshua jumped on him. I told everybody though, and I'm gonna tell you another thing too. I got enough video information to where I can do lives. I can do a live 24/7 talking about boxing. You know, I know a lot of people like to do phone calls and stuff, but you don't really learn nothing about doing phone calls all day in boxing. No disrespect to people who do it, but the guys who do the shows with like phone calls all day, ain't nobody telling you about the real deal about boxing doing that. Because ain't nobody getting on there telling you about how Tszyu couldn't get past the jab in the last fight. Ain't nobody gonna get on there telling you how Fury and Joshua lost after fighting Ngannou. Like, those guys fighting Ngannou made you worse. And I was saying that months ago. I'm like, bro, why are y'all teaming up on an MMA guy in the middle of your career? That's not good. I said, y'all need to be fighting somebody. And I felt like Joshua's competition was getting lower and lower. I said, bro, Joshua's resume ain't that good right now. People like, yeah, it is. He saved boxing. And that's crazy. How the man gonna save boxing? I made a video after he beat Ngannou. I said, how is he saving boxing? And look, the man saved boxing and can't even save his own career. Ain't that something? The man saved boxing by beating Ngannou, and he can't even save his own career. That's when you know you got your priorities messed up. Big mistake. Big mistake. A lot of this stuff matter. I'm not a boxing insider, but trust me, as long as I don't sit around here and be lying like these other people be doing in boxing and fans be doing, I'll be all right. Cause one thing about boxing, it's gonna tell the truth about you eventually. It's gonna tell the truth about your resume. It's gonna tell the truth about other guys' resumes. Not everybody that was a mandatory for Baccarat. How many people gonna sit around and tell you today? Now, let me tell you this, and this is why I get upset a little bit. Today, everybody talking about Baccarat versus Terence Crawford, but how many of these channels have told anybody that Baccarat was? I know a couple of them have, but how many channels have said that Baccarat was the mandatory for Charlo the last couple of years? Do I gotta pull it up? Let me pull it up real quick so people know what I'm talking about. Jamel Charlo. And Baccarat, where it's at? And this was recently. Man, he was waiting to fight this guy for years. And let me pull this up. Yeah, man, I talked about all this stuff last year about Baccarat and stuff. That's why I really don't go back and talk about this stuff, because it's like, oh, I got these videos up already. A lot of this stuff that be going on in boxing right now, I got these videos up already. A lot of this stuff I already talked about. Damn, they messed me up. Let me get another one. Yeah, let me go ahead and get this picture real quick. But yeah, Baccarat been a mandatory for Charlo for years, man. So that's why I've been looking at people like, bro, y'all starting to scare me, bro. I'm starting to feel like Get Out. I feel like old boy off Get Out. I'm starting to feel like old boy off Get Out for real with this boxing stuff. I'm starting to feel like I need to get out. What does that say right there? Charlo has owed Murtazaliev a title shot for years. Instead, Murtazaliev received step-aside money to allow Charlo to fight Brian Castano for undisputed middleweight championship. Now, Charlo avoided Baccarat, didn't do that mandatory. And this is how I know everybody play favorites in boxing. Yeah, you might not. I mean, it is what it is, but this is how I know people play favorites though. So Charlo ain't fight Baccarat. He ain't fight Tszyu. Those are two mandatories. He had two mandatories. Then he turns around and he fights Canelo. And then with the Earl Spence situation, he was a mandatory for Jaron Ennis. And instead of fighting that mandatory, fights Ugas, then he fights Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford get the belt. Now Terence Crawford the mandatory. Instead of Terence Crawford saying, hey man, I want to do the same thing Spence did. I'm 37, I'm 36 years old. I want to go fight Canelo. Nah, we want you to fight Jamel Charlo and Earl Spence mandatory. I like Jamel Charlo. I like the Earl Spence, and I'm a big fan of Earl Spence. Earl Spence always fight the best, no tune-ups. Always, like I said, Earl Spence been the most important fighter in the last 10 years. Earl Spence to put on. You could argue that Earl Spence to put on a lot more. Let's say this. Yeah, I can say this. A lot. Earl Spence has put on better fights than Canelo the last 10 years. 5 or 8 years, 7 years. Yeah, I can say that. Errol Spence has put better fights on than Canelo. So I have no problem with Errol Spence doing this. But has Charlo put on better fights than Canelo? Absolutely not. So why would I even look to him and be like, okay, I can understand why Spence didn't fight Boots. That's why I don't really say that. But I had to bring it up because when people say, well, Crawford need to fight Boots, how was Crawford going to fight? How was Spence going to fight Boots if he was going to fight Canelo next? And Canelo them already knew it. He was going to fight Canelo that May instead of fighting Munguia. And he was going to save Munguia and then push that back. He was going to fight Errol Spence and he was going to fight Jamal Charlo too. So really, Canelo ain't, to be honest with you, Canelo doing everything that people want him to do. But just me personally, I wanted to see Benavidez and Crawford years ago before all this other stuff even started. I wanted to see that years ago. Before people knew that Crawford was good enough. Yeah, they said that, you talking about they were saying they was new and improved Anthony Joshua and everything. Yeah, they were just saying that because they're trying to sell tickets, man. A lot of these people selling tickets. They're selling wolf tickets. And after the fight, they can lie about everything, put all kind of narratives out there, and then that's why it always got. That's why it be getting weird to me when fans be like, "Is this a Tank channel? Is this a Haney channel? How about this is a boxing channel that tells the truth and doesn't lie about Tim Tszyu losing a fight because he had blood in his eyes or something like that?" Like every channel that says something like that needs to delete their channel. I feel like those people are hurting boxing. A lot of people that's saying that a 12-round fight that was close and is a robbery, those people need to delete their channel. A lot of this stuff ain't helping boxing. It's only making it worse because now this dude Baccarat, what, he 31, been a mandatory. How is Charlo some of these guys' favorite fighters? In the last 3 or 4 years, Baccarat been a mandatory, and nobody cares. Charlo can't be some of these guys' favorite fighters. Can't be. Ain't no way Terence Crawford gonna be a mandatory for Boots 3 or 4 years. I'm gonna be like, yeah, Terence Crawford, he gonna get around to it. Nah, I would have been said something. I would have been said something. Guaranteed. But for Errol Spence to miss out on the mandatory and then Charlo to miss out on the mandatory, and then for fans to expect Crawford to fight both of those guys mandatories, oh, you out of your mind. You are definitely out of your mind. I don't know what resume these guys think these guys got. They are definitely out of their mind. That's how you know, man, these guys want Terence Crawford to fall. It ain't no other pressure being put on other fighters to fight people like this. And I heard just last year, man, all I want to do is see the Spence fight, man. They ain't gonna never put the fight together. That's all I want to see. To be honest with you, I had already moved on past the Spence fight before it even happened. I was like, yeah, man, I want to see what this boot situation gonna be. But then that's what Terence Crawford was like, you know what? I can move up. This dude conquered undisputed and people like, hey, man, why you don't want to sit there and fight 147 still? Ain't nobody asked Canelo, hey, man, why you didn't get undisputed at 54 or 60? Why you wait until you get to 168? Terence Crawford got undisputed at 47. Canelo didn't even attempt to get undisputed. He just left the whole division. And for some reason, people are like, yeah, he get credit for that. He get credit for that. I don't understand that. I do not understand that. But yeah, man, I'm still waiting on these guys to report that Charlo was mandatory for Baccarat. and that Charlo is still floating around out here available. Because as far as I know, Charlo can still beat Bakaram, right? So that means he need to be jumping in the ring with him right now. Why is Tszyu? So all he had to do was come back and fight Tszyu instead of Fandora, and he'll be back in a position with and to be honest with you, Charlo still be making money right now, big bag of money, because he'll be in position to fight Terence Crawford and the guy Bakaram, and you can still go into it and possibly fight a Fandora if he was still available. He can do it now, but you would have had your belt back. You would have fought your mandatory. I wouldn't be surprised Terence Crawford run him out the division, man, to be honest with you. It only take one phone call to make a fight with Charlo. Ain't no way, I don't doubt in no way that they could have worked something out to the point where, because if Tszyu and Bakaram are the only mandatories that they're both Charlo mandatories, that means if Crawford would have fought Charlo and his mandatories would have fought for those belts and had those belts already, because you know Fandora has one of the belts now. So if they would have fought for those belts and then Crawford would have fought Charlo for those belts, Charlo could have got undisputed back in 2 fights. He could have got it back in 2 fights. All he had to do was fight Crawford, beat him, and fight that Bakaram guy. He could have got his belts back in 2 fights. Easy. He could have easily got his belts back. Don't tell me what you gonna do. Do it. This dude, Terence Crawford, 37 years old, and he the only one from America that's really out here trying to hunt down guys. Calling them out, hey man, I'll fight you. And they sending little Teofimo Lopez at him. Little Teofimo Lopez. Put Teofimo in the ring with Bakaram. Since everybody think Teofimo and Terence Crawford will be fun to watch. And I'm gonna actually make a video talking about that. Because that's how pitiful boxing is right now. I want everybody to sit up here and campaign for Bakaram versus Teofimo, since we think Teofimo is that good. I'm hoping that Bakaram is the next guy he gonna fight next. See, that's how dumb boxing's starting to get now. Nah, Zerto finna go to heavyweight soon. I think Benavidez get him. I think Benavidez would have got him at 75. I always thought Benavidez would beat Zerto when Zerto was at 75. But the only thing these fans are doing right now, and I'm gonna tell you, y'all can hold my feet to the fire. Y'all can sit up here and say right now, man, you pick Fandora, man, you pick Tszyu to beat Bakaram. Yeah, but I also asked for these guys to fight each other last year when nobody was even thinking about this fight. So technically, the only person who's actually been asking for Bakaram to fight Tszyu, the first person who was like really covering this fight, was me last year. So technically, PBC made this fight after I requested them to make this fight. I'm not going to take credit or nothing like that. I'm just saying, after, let's just say that, because this fight was dead. They tried to fight each other. It didn't happen. I brought it back up. PBC made this fight right at, y'all, I can't tell you how many times that didn't happen in the last year. Why I didn't say a fight, and it's came true. It's happened so many times like that. I can't tell you how many times that didn't happen. That's happened so many times. But like we don't really got nobody in America right now. The only hope we got is Boots Ennis. So to be honest with you, I'm not finna let I don't even want Boots Ennis to fight Crawford at this point. Let me tell you why. Because all these people who want to see Boots Ennis and Terence Crawford fight, they don't like Terence Crawford. So they're ready to sacrifice Boots Ennis, his whole career that before it even gets started for real, so they can try to prove a point. Cause they ain't got nobody else on earth that's good enough to fight Terence Crawford. Now that they see that Bakaram got a chance after he beat Tszyu, now you got people out here like, yeah, well, I like Bakaram. You didn't like him last year when I was talking about him? Oh, okay. You don't like him last year? People don't like what I say. They'll come on my page, don't hit the like button. They'll go on other people's page. They talk about fake fights all day. I've been hearing everybody talk about Rayo for what? Everybody mad because I ain't been talking about fake fights for the last 5 months. I ain't been talking about Rayo and Tank Davis. I ain't been talking about Canelo finna fight Benavidez in September. I ain't been talking about Terence Crawford versus Tszyu next. I ain't been talking about Fandora and Spence. I talk about real fights over here. That's what really be going on. People don't like that I talk about real fights over here. A lot of people be watching in the background trying to copy what I be saying. A lot of these channels be copying what I'm saying and my every move now. I be noticing that too. I don't really be saying nothing, but a lot of these guys be starting to cover boxing like I do because they don't really got no opinion of their own. They just want to latch on to a boxer they think is popular and then want to ride the wave out. Then when somebody like Charlo end up losing to Canelo, then they barely mention the guy. So y'all can barely mention Charlo after he lose, but after Tszyu lose to Fandora, y'all mention him every day though. You notice how these American fans, these dudes from America now, because I really can expose how y'all be moving. Y'all really be playing the popular, bro. Let me tell you something. The most casual thing you can do in boxing is pick a guy based off of if he wins or lose. That's casual stuff. Oh well, my favorite boxer, he got to be undefeated. If he ain't undefeated, then he ain't my favorite boxer. I think he's a quitter. I think he should retire. Then Daniel Dubois come back after 2 losses. Then everybody like, man, I think he a good fighter. Shut up. I get tired of that. I get tired of that so much. I really do. It's starting to get irritating now. Give Terence Crawford his credit and quit trying to give these little young guys credit before they even ready. These young guys ain't ready yet. They ain't ready yet. The only guys that's ready is the ones that's actually fighting. It's guys with no belts right. We got people hyping up prospects because they got a couple of knockouts. And y'all ain't learned from that already, these dudes. So what? These dudes be fighting journeymen, man. They fighting bums, man. These prospects is fighting bums. It's only a certain amount of prospects that's actually fighting somebody. Some of these prospects fighting guys with 30 losses. And then they look at a guy like Devin Haney's resume and they like, man, he got pillow fists because he fighting 50-50 fights. That's why. If he was fighting a bum that nobody's even fighting right now, most of these guys on their resume is retired. Some of these guys got 4 fights and they retired after 4 fights. So yeah, of course he gonna be pillow fist. But look at Canelo's resume. And I saw a stat too recently. Can't nobody talk to me about Canelo ever again, about him being on another level and knocking out somebody. I saw a stat recently where Canelo only got like 4. He got the same knockout percentage as Shakur Stevenson, like 45% knockout percentage, because Canelo only knocked out like half of the fighters he's fought in America. So most of the fighters he's fought in America, he ain't even knocked out. If you really think about it, he ain't knocked out Austin Trout. He didn't knock out Lara. He didn't knock out Danny Jacobs. He ain't knocking out guys like that. People be like, well, he fought him. I don't care. Canelo doing the same thing Floyd was doing, going 12 rounds. I heard everybody crying about how boring Floyd was. Oh, he's so boring. He just go 12 rounds all the time. He ain't got no power. Then Terence Crawford come along, knocking out everybody at an older age than Floyd was doing. To be honest with you, Floyd was never doing the stuff Terence Crawford was doing. Terence Crawford, Floyd Mayweather was never knocking guys out at 35, 36, 34. The top guys in the game like that, knocking them out like that, 37. Floyd Mayweather wasn't KOing guys, and Floyd the same size as Terence Crawford. I got a picture of them up right now. These guys the same size. If we want to talk about TBE and all that other stuff, Floyd Mayweather wasn't knocking no guys out. You can't name me one guy on Floyd Mayweather's resume right now that Terence Crawford can't knock out. Maidana? Stop it. Let's please stop it. Let's please stop it. Maidana couldn't even get Braun up out of there. Off the couch. Terence Crawford stopping everybody that these dudes fighting. Terence Crawford, this dude the same size, man. So to be honest with you, from this day forward, I'm gonna start a campaign because it's the truth. And can't nobody deny it. If you want to deny it, send Canelo out there. If you want to prove me wrong, send Canelo out there. The only person that can change my mind is Canelo. If he don't do it, then I don't believe nobody. The only person that can change my mind is Canelo. Other than that, can't do it. There's not one person on Floyd Mayweather's resume right now where you say, oh yeah, Terence Crawford can't beat him. Not one person. Is him and Floyd not the same size, or am I tripping? I mean, Floyd's stuff is a little baggier. He is a little baggier. I mean, last time I checked, Terence Crawford ain't just no big old guy to where he just standing over Canelo. Like, what are we talking about? They said Canelo, didn't they say Canelo was too big for Terence Crawford? So he shouldn't be a problem, right? Oh, okay. You can't name not one person on Floyd Mayweather's resume that Terence Crawford can't get up out of there. Terence Crawford so good that he dominated Spence in the fight, and now everybody think for some reason that every boxer just gonna get in there and beat Earl Spence after what? What are you talking about? Every boxer ain't finna get in there and do nothing with Spence. If that's the case, then everybody can get in there and do something with Canelo then. That's a bad analogy to use because that means if people think Earl Spence is done, that means Canelo can't get in the ring with a real boxer, a real high-level elite technical boxer like Bivol or Floyd Mayweather. And then I just heard Bivol recently say Terence Crawford, one of his favorite fighters. These guys can't get in the ring with these certain fighters, and they can't outbox them. It is what it is. It is what it is. But I'm telling you right now, as a boxing fan, y'all better start pumping the brakes on these little narratives y'all pushing because I'm having fun with it. I'm having fun. Tszyu lost because of blood. You know, you don't have not one man out here saying, yeah, man, I was saying that, man. I was saying that, dog. I did think after the fight, Tszyu lost because of the blood. And they'll call other people casuals. He lost because of blood. That's casual stuff. And this weekend just shows you why it's casual. Yeah, man, y'all ain't finna have me picking against my favorite boxers. I ain't finna be beating my chest like George of the Jungle. Heck no. I thought about that this weekend. I'm like, hold on. I picked Tszyu to lose to Fundora. I'm like, hold on, wait. Nah, y'all ain't finna do that. And I ain't hear nobody the last couple of months say Baccarat versus Terence Crawford. So y'all didn't think he was gonna win. Let's just cut that straight to the chase. Y'all didn't think Baccarat was gonna win because you ain't yell Baccarat versus. So a lot of people thought it was a blood. Yeah, I'm telling you, when we look back in history, that's gonna be one of the worst excuses every man and professional out here tried to leave with. A lot of people on my channel ain't fall for that crap, but a lot of people on other channels, they actually walk with that. Oh yeah, that's a good excuse. Yeah, you're right. The blood, man. I watched UFC 20 years ago. I done seen people with blood in their eyes and everything. I seen people with blood in their eyes with Fear Factor when I used to watch when Joe Rogan was on there. What does blood in somebody's eye got to do with you needing to get what you got done? That's why Bakaram said a couple days ago. That's what I'm gonna tell y'all to be real. To be honest with you, I had switched to Bakaram before the fight because I said it on my live, so I ain't capping. I was like, man, Bakaram talking about Tszyu was crying about that cut. I said it on my live a couple days before the fight. Whatever live I did before the fight, I said Bakaram over here talking about Tszyu crying about that cut. And I said, man, I'm gonna be real with you. Bakaram, he don't even speak English. And he is the only man, professional, I've seen in the last couple of months. There's some other guys too. I can't remember right now. But he's one of the only ones that sat up here and said, this dude crying about, he using that cut, that blood as an excuse. He said, we always get blood in our eyes. We fighters. He said, that was a weak excuse. I'm finna go out here and stop this guy. That's exactly what he was saying. And went out there and did it. That's why I said, bro, it's not really an upset, to be honest with you, because Tszyu lost his last fight, dog. He lost his last fight, and he ain't make no adjustments. And he was a little too aggressive. A little too aggressive. But yeah, but bad fan, no boxing knowledge. I can't. One thing about me when I was watching boxing, I said, hey, man, I got to figure out how to score a fight. I said this like 15 years ago, probably. I said, man, I got to figure out how to score a fight. I was like, I got to really figure out how to score a fight. Like, how do you score? How somebody wins? How do you know a guy won a round? Man, these guys don't even know how to win a round. That's why they always run around talking about some, man, Tank knock everybody out. Yeah, I know that because you don't know how to score a fight. Of course you're going to watch Tank because if a fight go 12 rounds, you ain't going to know who won. That's what I did notice. That's why when they said, yeah, man, Fury and Wilder, that's a tie in the first fight. Yeah. That's right. These dudes is hilarious when it comes to boxing. Boxing is funny. I used to think, see, in the NBA, you can do this, but you can't really because everybody know who the stars are. So in the NBA, all you can do is like get the new guy who's putting up some shots or a young guy who's undrafted or something. You can kind of like get behind him and be like, yeah, I told y'all. Like Jeremy Lin. I don't know why. I thought I called a Jeremy Lin thing before that happened. I was like, this little Asian guy on the net, see, he kind of straight. This dude balling. As soon as I said it, he went on that little streak when he kept hitting them game winners. And then he ended up beating Kobe and all them around the time. But in boxing, you can't do that though. You got to actually tell the truth, bro. You can't sit around here and just be like, oh, well, rely on resumes and knockouts to tell you the whole story. That's not the whole story in boxing. Ain't no knockouts finna tell you nothing about Tyson Fury versus Usyk. Then you got these little dudes running around on the internet now that make boxing articles talking about that was a controversial fight. How was that a controversial fight when Tyson Fury almost got stopped? But you had them same guys, the ones who, haven't y'all noticed, it's a certain group of people. They don't like the guys who rely on single shots, guys who don't throw combinations like that. They don't really know how to break those guys down like that. They don't know the damage that, a lot of people don't know the damage that Bitterbeard put on Bivol. They had to wait until 2 days later till they realized Bivol had a black eye and red spots all over his face. They're like, oh yeah, he did get beat up. Yeah, he did get beat up. He had his hands up for like 5 rounds straight. I would assume that he did get beat up in the fight if you walking around with your hands up most of the rounds. But it's a pattern though. I noticed it. After the Virgil Ortiz fight, I really knew it. I was like, bro, we ain't gonna never get to a point And then to be honest with you, let's just say everybody was right about the close fights they've been saying, like Bivol and everything. Okay, if they was right about that, then why did Tszyu look so bad after that Fedor fight? Why he ain't got better with the jab? Why he look worse? Why the same mistakes he made in the Fedor fight he made in this fight? Why didn't nobody call it out until after this fight? Why are people now starting to blame him for being aggressive? I'm hearing people say he was arrogant. I mean, he's always talked like that. Last time I checked, most of these boxers talk like that. And I heard a lot of people saying, well, Tszyu need to be humble. A lot of these boxers need to be humble. What do you mean? You got boxers over here talking about Terence Crawford's trash. To be honest with you, Tszyu one of the only fighters, one of the only elite fighters I've heard over the years who ain't, the first time somebody asked him about Terence Crawford, he ain't sit up here and say, oh, he ain't fought nobody at 147. That was Keith Thurman and all those guys doing that. Oh, he ain't fought nobody at 147. He ain't fought nobody. That's the first thing I heard. So I'm like, dang, y'all ain't showing nobody respect, man. I'm like, this dude just got undisputed. They said he ain't fought nobody? What? Then y'all throw Josh Taylor on pound for pound and act like he fought somebody because he beat Regis Prograis? Then Devin Haney goes back and fights Regis Prograis at 24-25. That's not a big deal, but Josh Taylor fighting Regis Prograis at 30-something years old, that's a big deal? I think he was like 29. It might be 29, 30, around that age. That's a big deal? I'm like, hold on, man, what? Nah. That ain't no big deal to me. See, they can fool everybody else. They can't fool me. It's a lot of people, they back themselves into a corner right now. Because everybody they said that can beat a Terence Crawford, they going right back around to, now they saying Baccarat. Bro, that's a black eye on your boxing knowledge when you do that. It really is. It's a black eye on your boxing knowledge. Because Baccarat ain't even supposed to be in this position. This is supposed to be Charlo versus Crawford. Charlo's mandatory is Baccarat. Crawford just got a mandatory with boots, and now everybody acting crazy. People like, oh, he need to fight. He got a mandatory. He don't even want to fight. How you got a mandatory? You don't even want to fight. How do you got a favorite fighter that's your favorite fighter is Jamel Charlo or Earl Spence, and they mandatories is Baccarat, Murtazaliev, Tszyu, and Jaron Ennis. Now, think about it right now. Out of all those guys you seen Earl Spence fight, you wanted to see all those guys before you wanted to see Earl Spence versus Boots? I wanted to see Earl Spence versus Boots before Earl Spence fought Sean Porter. I said, man, why Earl Spence fight Mikey Garcia? I said, why you fighting Mikey Garcia? I don't like this fight. That was the first time I questioned anything Earl Spence did. I said, I don't like this Mikey Garcia fight. I said, Mikey going 12 though. Everybody said Mikey Garcia going to sleep. I said, Mikey Garcia going 12. That's Mikey Garcia. Man, that dude, Mikey Garcia ain't did nothing. Man, Mikey Garcia going to sleep. What Mikey Garcia did? Went 12 rounds. Then, the Sean Porter fight, I'm like, bruh, I understand Sean Porter fight. I like this fight. This is a good fight. I said, he need to fight Jaron Ennis next. Now, for some reason, instead of Earl Spence coming back and fighting Jaron Ennis, when Jaron Ennis was young, they like, nah, let's just put Danny Garcia in there. And I know why. You know, PBC, they're going to look out for the guys who helped carry the logo. So I wasn't mad at that. You know, I like Danny Garcia. It was a good fight too, but looking back on it, it should have been Jaron Ennis, which I knew at the time. But I'm not finna be waiting another 5 or 10 years to be like, hey man, now you got Danny Garcia talking about retiring. So no, I'm not finna wait until somebody go retire to ask for a fight. I'm finna ask for it now. But that was years ago though. That's why I ain't asking about Boots Ennis. I was asking about Boots Ennis 4 years ago. Everybody just started asking about Boots Ennis last year after Earl Spence lost. I was asking about Boots Ennis to fight Earl Spence 4 years ago. 4. FO. I was asking for him to fight Earl Spence 4 years ago. 2020, before the pandemic, then during it. I'm like, yeah, he might well just get a Jerron Ennis fight in. That'd be nice. Not Jerron Ennis ain't even on PBC. So now they didn't went all in on Tszyu. Gave him the mandatories. And now it's like, okay, we done did that, but so yeah, man. It's all this stuff coming back, man. It's gonna come back twofold. It's gonna come back twofold. It sounds good and everything else. Then I heard recently people like, well, at least Earl Spence, the more popular guy. Y'all sound like Canelo. Y'all sound like the Canelo fans y'all be talking about. It went from, I just want to see if Terence Crawford the best, he ain't fighting nobody. Now it's, well, Earl Spence more popular than he is. He ain't really selling like that. See, even the guys who report boxing on YouTube, they can't even keep it 100% of the time. They like, bro, I don't care. He ain't popular than Earl Spence. What? But I thought it wasn't about popularity though. But then they'll turn around and say, man, Tank just want to fight so-and-so. Shakur ain't fighting this guy. He fighting the guy off a loss. Tszyu just lost. And he fought for a belt. Earl Spence just lost, and he gonna fight for a belt. It happens all the time. I'm telling you, I never lose my mind about certain stuff like that. If you're a big name like Earl Spence and you've been fighting the best your whole career, and you've been fighting top-notch names, and you brought a lot of recognition to certain fighters during your career, like Canelo should be doing. Canelo can put a lot of fighters on the map. A lot of guys can. The problem with Canelo is a lot of guys he done fought is retired already. That's the problem with Canelo. Canelo could really have a lot of guys running around right now beating each other, but all the guys he fought is retired. They ain't even fighting no more. Kovalev, John Ryder just retired. So a lot of guys that he ain't even fighting no more. That's why I'm saying right now, Crawford he's gonna leave some he's gonna drop some grenades a little bit, because Majamal's still out there. People like, oh man, I want to see Majamal fight now. Oh, when Crawford fight Majamal, he was a bum. Now Majamal then went out there and went 12 rounds. Now he that guy. Okay, that's good for me. Now I knew that was gonna happen though. I said it the day after the fight. So that's another one. Got this Baccarat guy. Got another one. So I could see Terence Crawford beating Baccarat, somebody like Fundora getting undisputed, and then people say, you know what? I think I'm ready to see him fight Terence Crawford. Canelo. To be honest with you, I don't think if guys at 54 move up to 60, I think Janovic can have some trouble. Because Janovic, he should be fighting Carlos Adames right now. And that guy, Carlos Adames, was at 54 recently. So he got some guys he can fight. But I think with that Hamzat Shiraz fight coming up, I'm going with Hamzat Shiraz in that fight. It is what it is. Matter of fact, I might do that prediction video today. So it ain't no changing my mind on that one. Janovic gonna have to show me. And the fans gonna have to show me too, man. It be people coming on my page commenting like they know what they talking about with this boxing thing. And I'm cool with everybody having their own opinion. But you better be right. If you disrespecting my name, you better be right about stuff you talking about. You better be right. You better be figuring out why Charlo was a mandatory Baccarat, just had to go in the ring and beat up Tszyu this weekend. What's up, PD? My dog right there, man. I have no problem with because after that Fundora, PD will tell y'all, PD was in here. I know Go Good was in here, but PD knows that PD was somebody who said the same thing I said. Me and PD was in here. PD, hey, you forgot about this too, PD. I forgot about this too, PD, till yesterday. You remember when that live I had, PD, where it was like 4 hours, and I was talking about how Fundora, everybody was giving Tszyu credit for going 12 rounds on Fundora? Because, you know, the day before, I was like, man, PD, I end up picking Fundora, dog. Because, you know, Tszyu, my dog. Tszyu, one of my favorite fighters. And I'm like, bro, I picked Fundora. I'm tripping. So I'm in here scared. Like, man, I picked Fundora. His nose bleeding in the 3rd round. I'm like, he finna lose. And he ended up winning. Everybody talking about some, man, he lost because of the cut. Even when everybody was talking about some, he lost because of the cut. Man, Tszyu would have had that fight if it went for the cut. I'm like, what? The cut? When Tszyu got this cut right here, everybody said, man, he lost because of the cut, man. I said, bro, he got out jabbed, bro. I said, he got out jabbed, man. The whole fight. No matter if he had blood in his eyes or not, he couldn't get past the jab. He got to work on that. Then he went out this fight, fought a guy who was bigger, shorter, but tall, but bigger. Tried to walk him down. You're not finna walk down nobody who's a lot bigger than you and stronger. Then you don't know what this guy's power is. Tszyu didn't even try to feel what Baccarat power was. Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. Hey, PD, you still, bro, you had Dan Raphael jump up and said, bro, Dan Raphael gonna hop up and say, well, Tszyu, he only lost because of the, allegedly, he said, oh, he only lost because of the blood coming up from his head. He said this a day ago after Tszyu lost. Bro, after Tszyu lost this weekend, he explained it to fans why Tszyu lost because of the blood. Bro, he lost because of the same reason he lost this fight. And to be honest with you, the Fundora fight was still worse than this fight because Fundora is a 25-year-old who don't got a lot of muscle on his body. He don't have a million amateur fights. So that should have been easy pickings for you, for real. He's not a guy with a lot of amateur fights. He don't have a wide amateur background. So that should have been the fight that Tszyu should have went ahead and ran back or something like that. But to go in there and try to walk down a Baccarat, but like Tszyu said though, man, I felt good after the Fundora fight. Yeah, he lost because he lost. He lost. And PD, this is after the Baccarat fight this weekend. They still talking about blood. He lost because of blood. This dude ain't gonna never get better. He ain't gonna never get better if fans keep treating him like this. I seen Deontay Wilder go 12 rounds. Everybody say he need to retire. Deontay Wilder went 12 rounds with Joseph Parker, one of the best heavyweights in the world right now. So this dude lost to Joseph Parker, Zhilei Zhang, and Tyson Fury. I mean, what other heavyweights you could lose to that's better than that? Usyk probably the only person that's better than that he can lose to. It ain't Joshua. Trust me, it's not Anthony Joshua. It's not Anthony Joshua. We know why that fight didn't happen by now. Yeah, he made no excuses. He just lost. The fans came out, man. He got blood in his eyes. That's why when he went into this fight, PD, the only reason I'm saying it the way I'm saying it now is because the things that they telling him to work on now is the things he should have been working on after the Fundora fight. That's why that day I realized, bro, these people ain't watching these fights, bro. They just saying what the commentator's saying, and they running back to over here saying, but I'm like, these people ain't watching these fights. People don't realize how extreme the blood excuse was. We have history of boxing for thousands of years. This is a gladiator sport. Never has anybody ever said, hey man, so-and-so lost a fight because of blood. This is the first time in thousands of years. That's how bad that excuse was. That's why Dan Raphael got this up here right now. Like, yeah, man, he lost because of that blood on the cut. Then he said it in the comments. I'm like, this dude fanned out, man. He tripping. This is crazy. I feel like Nas on ether, like, and this is who you choose to name your company after? Like, really? This who you choose? This dude lost. This dude put him on a thumbnail after he lost. Think about that. We had a boxing reporter who's seen guys go through like just wars recently. This dude put him on thumbnail after he lost. Ain't nothing more fanned out than that. Stuff like that is destroying boxing right now. Because for some reason, they gonna try to make it seem like Charlo, because I could be hard on Charlo, but that's because we got a standard in America. Everybody can't do that because they're not fair, they're not unbiased. But it don't sit well with me that people think like Charlo going 12 rounds with Canelo is somehow worse than what Tszyu going 12 rounds with Fedor and getting outboxed with a jab. It wasn't like Fedor was in there walking him down like he was Canelo or something. He was just on the back foot outboxing him with a jab. And then you had not one fan. If all the fans would have came out and said, man, Tszyu need to learn how to defend a jab and throw a jab. Yeah, he got outclassed and outpunched. And just got that beat. Exactly. And I ain't gonna lie to you, PD. I don't usually do this, but I had said, man, go back and look at that dude Bakaram before the fight happened. Bakaram said, literally, I should have put it out. I still put it out. But Bakaram said, I never seen a boxer cry about losing a fight because of blood. He said, we always get blood in our eyes. In sparring, in a fight, he said, it's happened our whole life. We got blood in our eyes. He said, it shouldn't be a reason that you lost a fight because of blood. He said, oh yeah, I'm putting him to sleep this weekend. He said, I'm knocking him out. He said, I'm gonna knock him out. I said, dang, they Bakaram dude, he's saying all this in Russian? Well, okay, this dude sound like the real deal. Man, Bakaram on that John Wick stuff right now. You might well call him John Wick. And then, come to find out, this is Jermell Charlo's mandatory. I made a video. If y'all type in just my name and Bakaram or Jermell Charlo, this will come up. And this dude was a mandatory for years, man. People don't understand. Right now, Crawford is being asked to fight. Well, it was 2 mandatories. So if let me just say it like this. If Tszyu would have beat Fedor, the fans were going to ask Crawford to fight both of Jermell Charlo's mandatories while Jermell Charlo comes back to the division and does nothing. So he dropped the belts. So Jermell Charlo drops the belts and he leaves and he comes back, but he don't fight the mandatories. Huh? He can fight him next. He can fight him next. The fact that he called him out, he can fight him next. I think that's the fight that's gonna be next. Yeah, I think that fight gonna be next. I always thought that fight was gonna be next. I think that fight gonna be next. But I thought Fedor, the way the sanctioning body saying right now, like, well, I expect the sanctioning body's like, well, we're gonna strip the belt if Fedor fights Earl Spence or something, because I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff going on. Then the IBF saying that they will let Bivol and Bitterbiv yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's over, bro. I was trying to tell bro that earlier today. I know he thought I was probably going in on him. I wasn't going in on him, bro. I'm just telling him, like, he was trying to say, well, I feel like Spence will fight Jaron Ennis. And I'm like, bro, Spence been a mandatory for Jaron Ennis for like 3 or 4 years, bro. It's over. Charlo been a mandatory for Bakaram for like 4 years, bro. 3 or 4 years. Then Tszyu, he was the mandatory for Tszyu for like 2 or 3 years. But the boxing media, the people who report the news, they sat up here and told everybody, oh, it's just Tszyu he got to fight. Oh, Charlo, Tszyu is his mandatory. Bro, Tszyu ain't his mandatory. Oh, what's going on, Mateo? It is a bad look. It is a bad look. The reason why it's a bad look is because Charlo would have probably ended up getting more money fighting outside of the Canelo fight than actually going straight to the Canelo fight. He still could have had a chance to fight Canelo. Canelo at 35, 36 would have thought about fighting Charlo. And Charlo probably had a bigger bag of money by then. with inflation. But Charlo, he ain't believing himself. Yeah, he gonna say he washed it, he done. That's why I was saying 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, not now. I don't want it now, PD. Yeah, I agree on that. Not now. No, I don't mess with that fight now. I don't think that's a solid matchup right now. I was saying earlier that I wanted to see that fight before the Spence fight, even when Earl Spence fought Danny Garcia. It would have made more sense to fight Jaron Ennis at that time because Jaron Ennis was still young, but he was old enough to fight Earl Spence. He was a mandatory. I don't know if he was a mandatory at that point, but he was going to be a mandatory anyway, so it would have made a lot more sense. And if you look back on it, him beating Jaron Ennis would actually be a bigger deal right now on Earl Spence's resume. So right now, a lot of people could say, well, he didn't beat Terence Crawford, but he still beat Jaron Ennis. And then you can go out here and have Jaron Ennis go down the line and beat all these other guys. And then they'll show, man, I can't believe Earl Spence ended up beating Jaron Ennis. Yeah, he about to fight that Chuggerson guy, but I think they're going to end up saving Jaron Ennis for this next generation. Like these guys that Terence Crawford can get his hands on. I still want to see Jaron Ennis fight Virgil Ortiz. That was a fight I always wanted to see. That fight technically to me should have happened. But it seems like Oscar's saying, I want to save Virgil Ortiz for Terence Crawford. I think you should just put him in there with Jaron Ennis. Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. Give me just. I've been thinking about that for the last week or two. PD, ain't gonna lie. I've been thinking about it, especially when Charlo was kind of yapping at him. Charlo was taking some shots at Earl Spence. Y'all ain't gonna have me on here breathing hard like Earl Spence was on that. You know, they were doing like that 24/7 whatever segment. Forgot what it's called. He was like, you ain't gonna have me breathing hard like Earl Spence. Then after the fight, he's like, at least I ain't getting knocked out like Earl Spence. Yeah, he fighting him again, bro. He fighting him again. Again. I think it's November 20th. It's been like 4 weeks. A week before, a couple of days before Thanksgiving. That week before Thanksgiving. That card loaded too. PD, that card loaded. They trying to promote Jaron Ennis. Eddie Hearn trying to promote him bad. I'm talking about, man, that card he got probably more stacked. Jaron Ennis' card probably gonna be more stacked than the last 2 Riyadh cards. That's how stacked that card is. Jaron Ennis' card gonna be more stacked than the last 2 Riyadh cards. He got Bam Rodriguez, the co-main event. He got that dude Khalil Cole at 175. He up there. I think they got F.A. Ajagba on that card. Let me double check real quick. Who on there? They got Bam Rodriguez. They got Ray Ford on that card. They got Khalil Cole. They got Ernesto Machado. He was prospect of the year last year. They got Ammo Williams. He gonna be in an 8-rounder. They got this dude named Ismail Muhammad who a beast. I seen him recently. This dude Dennis Thompson. I don't know much about him. I'm gonna check him out though. Then they got the guy who I think this will beat Carmel Moulton, Zaquin Moses. Shakur Stevenson cousin. He gonna make his debut on that card. So they got a little stacked card. I ain't gonna cap. It's a nice little card. Let me take a picture so I can show y'all. That's a nice little card right here. I definitely like this. But yeah, he fighting Karen again, man. Virgil should fight Xander. I don't care what anybody say. Ooh, that's a good fight. Man, you just said something right then. I'm all in with that one. Yeah, I don't know why people trying to look around Xander Zayat. They gonna mess around and let Xander Zayat get some more experience. But I know one thing: the fights that Xander Zayat taking at 22, everybody else ain't taking at 22 years old. I know a lot of people say he ain't ready. Well, these other guys ain't fight. They ain't fighting the type of guys he fighting right now. So maybe they ain't ready either. Yeah, I have no reason why. I don't either. I don't either. I can't even lie to you. Because even though he had 54, putting Virgil in there, I gotta see what Madrimov do with Boachek, but I heard PD ain't gonna lie though. I heard Charles Conwell. I heard they try to feed. I heard this from Golden Boy. Bernard Hopkins said they're gonna try to put him in the ring with Charles Conwell. They're gonna try to do an in-house fight with Charles Conwell and Virgil Ortiz. I don't know when, but it sounds like it's gonna be soon. They're gonna try to do an in-house fight with him. I heard that recently. This was after Charles Conwell fought. They said they're gonna do an in-house fight with him and Virgil Ortiz. You said, isn't it stat with mismatches? Yeah, it's a mismatch. It's some mismatches on there. But they all competitive fights though. They all competitive fights. The best that's available right now. Even though some of these guys they're not top tier champions or nothing like that. A lot of these guys are still gonna come out and fight hard. These ain't no guaranteed knockouts. I'll say that. These definitely ain't no guaranteed knockouts. You said Bam is a bigger star than Ennis. He should be on undercard. Nah, Bam ain't a bigger star than Jerron Ennis is. Not right now. Bam got to sell some tickets everywhere. I mean, Bam goes to Arizona like Munguia does, close to where the Mexicans and stuff is at. Yeah, but a lot of people don't know who Bam Rodriguez is. A lot of people don't know the guys who Bam Rodriguez fought, like Estrada. Estrada's not a big name. To be honest with you, Estrada's not a big name as far as on the outside looking in. The people who buy the tickets, he's a big name to like people who diehards, but I don't think right now Bam in a boxing circles, Bam not a bigger name than Jerron Ennis. Jerron Ennis has been on the top of boxing for the last 10 years. All the way from the amateurs. Yeah, I've been watching Jerron Ennis like 10 years. Bam Rodriguez is only like 22 or something like that. He got a lot of time. He got but nah, he ain't a bigger name right now. But he will get there though. It's the age he's at. I wouldn't expect him to be at 22 years old or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they try to act like Xander Zayat is a prospect. A lot of people be shading him. His name not really brought up. The only person I can see right now that I would try to keep away from him is probably like a Charles Conwell, just because I don't know if he done messed with something like that yet. But as far as like Virgil Ortiz, I ain't gonna lie to you. I was thinking about Tszyu, but feed Tszyu to him. It was a couple of other guys too. 54 got a lot of names though, man. To be honest with you, if you ain't fighting nobody at 54 right now, something wrong with you. If you can't find nobody at 54, your career might be on hold a little bit. But yeah, they got a lot of fights coming up these next couple of weeks. They got a lot of fights coming up these next couple of weeks. A lot of prospects fighting, but a lot of these cards gonna be loaded. But Xander Zayat is definitely getting slept on. And I think by the time next year comes, he should be in the mix all the way. I thought that he was gonna be in the mix earlier this year, but I seen that they was pushing things back, and that's when I noticed that okay, they're gonna do something at 154, but Xander Zayat ain't gonna be included. But I thought Xander Zayat was ready after that fight when he fought that guy Roberto. I think that's his name. I thought he was good after that fight. I was like, yeah, he ready. Because Teofimo fought Lomachenko at 23. He fought Lomachenko at 23. And I think Zanazayev is a lot more polished than Teofimo is. And I ain't gonna lie, I learned a lot of Zanazayev's last fight because he didn't try to go for the knockout. He could have, but I thought Zanazayev was going for the knockout. He said Ennis is on top of the game. How? Plus Bam is on the pound for pound list, recognized worldwide. Okay, bro. Mateo, I understand what you're saying. And you might be new here, but let me go ahead and break this down for you, okay? Most people on the pound for pound list cannot sell pay-per-views. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of people that's on the pound for pound list, they just started making $1 million. Most people, if you look at the pound for pound list for the last 20 years, most of those guys have not sold pay-per-views. Most of those guys need a big name in America to actually attach themselves with, to actually get some kind of recognition. They're not like how Manny Pacquiao was. You remember when Manny Pacquiao was fighting Barrera and Marquez and everything like that? And then he went up. Bam Rodriguez isn't doing that. So right now he's not getting recognized like that. He's on the pound for pound list, but like I said recently, Bam Rodriguez was in the same weight division as Nakatani. As soon as Nakatani went to 115, he moved back up to 112. Then Nakatani went down to 118. Then a month later, Bam went right back down to 115. You understand what I'm saying? So that lets me know that Bam Rodriguez is still progressing and he's still developing. Yeah, but they don't know him like that. Yeah, exactly. They don't know him like that. They're trying to find some fighters to attach with Bam so he can get popular. But the pound for pound list is not for guys who's popular. A lot of people first time watching Beterbiev and Bivol fight was last week. And before Bivol fought Canelo, a lot of people didn't know who he was. They thought Bivol was Chinese, man, after he fought Canelo. They didn't even know he was Russian. Yeah, Bam is not a big name like that out there right now. He's a big name as far as what boxing guys who watch every day. Yeah, Bam a dog at 22 years old, absolutely. He's a beast. He's a beast. He can like, to be honest with you, Bam can shut all that down right now and go fight Nakatani. Nakatani 3 pounds up. Bam can go right now and fight Nakatani and be a top 3 pound for pound right now if you want to. He can go do it right now. You said a multi-weight champion needs to progress more. Bro, he ain't fought nobody like that, bro. Juan Estrada is cool and everything, but Juan Estrada, the only reason Estrada even got a name like that because he attached to Chocolatito, but outside of that, those guys didn't all fought each other. They beat each other up. You know what I'm saying? That's like me right now. Watching Fedor and all these other guys beat up on each other. Then I'm like, you know what? Fedor fought he fought all the people. Him and Tim Tszyu fought each other. That's like me putting Tim Tszyu and Fedor on the pound for pound or something right now because I'm saying, oh yeah, they had a close fight. So, you know, a lot of those guys attach. That's the trick they do in boxing. They always try to attach 2 fighters to each other when they're not big enough to carry their own weight. Like when Triple G wasn't big enough to carry his own weight. And I'm gonna tell you why that multi-weight champion stuff don't matter. Nobody ever asked Triple G to become a multi-weight champion. Triple G sat at the same weight class for all these years. So being a multi-weight champion it means nothing in boxing. To be honest with you, being undisputed means nothing. Crawford proved that. Yeah, look at the dirt Crawford had on his name until he fought Spence. Exactly. I was saying that earlier, PD. I'm glad PD brought that up. Bro, Crawford was undisputed before he fought Earl Spence. And people said that he was trash and he ain't fought nobody. The same fans told me that Earl Spence was the best 147 pounder. Then the day after Earl Spence got beat by Terence Crawford, they said, I want to see him fight Jerron Ennis. You said Bam was a bigger star. Bro, you don't have evidence to back that up. That's what I'm trying to tell you, brother. Brother, I'm trying to help you out with that right now, brother. The man is not a bigger star. Technically, he's not. Technically, as far as how boxing goes today, he's not a star. Bam Rodriguez ain't bigger than Teofimo Lopez right now. He has to fight in a certain spot. But more people know who Teofimo Lopez is than Bam Rodriguez. You understand what I'm saying? On social media, you see more of Cromel Moulton than you see of a Bam Rodriguez right now. As far as in boxing, as far as what we know, yeah, he's a bigger star, but I'm talking about on the main stage, like just sitting him out there by himself. Like a Triple G or something. He's kind of in the same position as Triple G was. He's a good name to solid boxing fans, but to the average person, they don't know him yet. Bro, people ain't know who Manny Pacquiao was till he was like 35, 34. So that's normal. But we talking about stars in boxing. Let me tell you something. If Bam Rodriguez was a star right now, let me tell you how big of a star. Let me tell you how. This is how you know when somebody's a big star. Exactly. That's how Spence got the popularity. Exactly. It's the same thing with Shakur Stevenson. Shakur Stevenson has always been around. But it's until people, yeah, Bam more decorated and proven. Until Shakur Stevenson actually jumped out there and said, yeah, I'll fight Devin Haney and Tank Davis. Nobody was really looking at him as a top talent, but he always been a top talent. That's kind of like the situation Bam is in. He don't really have a name that he can attach himself with. If we say, hey, we want to see Bam fight somebody right now, let me tell you something. Let me ask you a question, Mateo. Who is Bam Rodriguez? Who do you think Bam Rodriguez should fight right now? That'll answer everything I'm talking about. And you'll understand everything I'm talking about. All I gotta ask you is, who you think Bam Rodriguez should fight right now? And that'll let you know exactly how big of a star he is. Now, if I ask you who you want to see Terence Crawford fight right now, you're going to spit out a name in 5 seconds. But if I say who you want to see Bam Rodriguez fight right now, you're going to be like, I don't know. You know why you don't know? Because he ain't that big of a star right now. You ain't got to figure out who you want to see Canelo fight right now. You ain't got to figure out. But I've seen lately, yeah, that's who he's fighting though. And you just said that a lot of those guys ain't a big name though. You just said it up here on the thing. You said, isn't it stacked with mismatches though? So you just said it was a mismatch. It's only been four. You said it was a mismatch. So why would I even watch that? He's a number 12 ranked guy. He got 4 losses. He gonna do as much as he can with Bam, but you understand what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I be watching small weights too. I know for sure. For sure. That's why I know about Nakatani being right there. When I seen Nakatani sitting right there, bro, I'm telling you, the minute that Nakatani got the 115, and y'all know how solid I am. The minute, PD, I want you to go look at the month and date. I got it. I think I still got it on here, matter of fact. Let me go check real quick, bro. I don't want to put too much stuff up here. I got a lot of news I've been doing. The month and date that Bam Rodriguez went and all right, this might be it right here. All right, here we go. Everybody know. Y'all gonna figure out. Look. Look at this roster right now. So this is who resume is this? This Bam Rodriguez resume, okay? So look at this resume. Everybody that Bam got on there. Look at it. Carterized, 4 losses. Wayne Geck, 5 losses. Gonzalez, 4 losses. This guy Christian Hernandez and Sonny Edwards. Toughest fights after that. And then Estrada, 44-3, right? But look at what weight class he was at in 2022, PD. PD, what was he at in 2022? That man was at 115. Bam Rodriguez was at 115, September 2022. Yeah, but you got to understand, though, bro. I was talking about Nakatani versus Bam like 7-8 months ago. I seen boxing websites reporting it now, but they didn't really know about this. So Bam Rodriguez was at 115 2 years ago. 2 years ago, he been at 115. And he went back up to 112. Now look at Nakatani's resume. Now look at Nakatani's resume, right? And when did Nakatani get the 115? Nakatani got the 115 2 months after Bam Rodriguez got there. After Bam left. Bam left 115 in September and went back to 112. Nakatani gets the 115. He like, okay, I'm finna fight Rodriguez. I'm finna fight Maloney. All right, I'm gonna fight Cortez. I'm gonna fight Santiago. Now, this is the same level of competition that Bam fighting, if not better, because these guys younger. Still in their prime. So Bam fighting a lot of old guys. He fighting a lot of young guys with Nakatani. And a lot of these guys at 115. Then at 118. He gets up to 118. Now we go back to Bam record. Look at when Bam go back to 115. June 2024. When did Nakatani get to 118? February 2024. So every couple of months after Nakatani makes a move, he like, okay, let me go right here. Man, these dudes be hiding behind them little 3 pounds. It's only 3 pounds. It's only 3 pounds. I mean, we gonna eat 3 pounds of food today. It's only 3 pounds. No, I ain't talking about the losses. I'm talking about, losses do matter. Losses definitely do matter. Losses definitely matter. Devin Haney got 1 loss and ain't nobody gonna remember it. And it was on PD. Losses definitely matter. But I'm just talking about the resume. Are you seeing what I'm saying, or am I just, do you understand what I'm saying as far as this? I ain't talking about losses. I'm talking about, do you see the dates that Bam Rodriguez is moving? Do you see that he's clearly moving around Nakatani? He's not doing what he wants to do. He's moving around according to him. Nah, Bam good. He on the zone. Bam gonna end up being he gonna end up replacing Canelo as far as on Cinco de Mayo and all that. Cause I don't think they're gonna put Benavidez on there. And Bam a lot younger too, so he can be on the Mexican dates for like the next 10 years. So they just building up his profile right now. Eddie Hearn, he getting them mixed in with the other crowds right now, so he gonna get him around some black fans. He was around some Mexican fans last time. Get him in a hood environment over there in Philly. You gonna have a lot of ox and a lot of dudes with beards in there. Get a chance to see Bam Rodriguez. They'll give him a lot of buzz. So this actually gonna help Bam Rodriguez. This is the best time to do it right now. Cause now your fans, now Bam Rodriguez will have fans that's Crawford fans and Ennis fans, but as far as him being on pound for pound though, I can't do it, bro. I can't do pound for pound. Not after when I seen on this list, I can't do pound for pound. The only I don't even pay attention to pound for pound, to be honest with you. If you ain't fighting nobody, I don't care. I don't care where you at on pound for pound, to be real with you. And that's no disrespect to no fighter, but that's just being real. If you on pound for pound, you ain't fighting nobody, it really don't matter. You say he don't speak English? Oh, he'll speak Spanish? Yeah, I mean, that ain't really a big deal. It ain't that really a big deal to me, to be honest with you. If he get in the ring and he just fight like he's supposed to, he gonna be a star regardless. He gonna be a star regardless. I think just right now, just me personally though, to know that him and Nakatani was in the same weight class, and they're trying to put both of those guys on pound for pound, that's where boxing is gonna lose me at right there. You don't put both of those type of guys on pound for pound that's in the same weight class, around the same area, age, and everything else, and you're like, yeah, we're gonna put them on pound for pound and build it up for the next 5 years. See, they'll end up trying to build it up, fight up for the next 5 years, and people won't even realize it. So it's like, what? You gonna build that up? So it ain't even no reason to put Nakatani on the pound for pound list now. Because Nakatani doing the same type of things. Both of them guys not undisputed. So I'm like, and Nakatani is in more divisions than Bam. At this point. Or higher divisions at least. I think they started around the same weight class. But yeah, this is a huge red flag though. And then look at when Nakatani getting these guys up out of here. First round, sixth round. He got Maloney out of the last round. But he getting these guys up out of there though. And dominating. So that definitely got to be a fight that happens. But for them to turn around and say, nah, Nakatani need to fight anyway. Y'all trying to hold back. They trying to hold back the featherweight division. There's no reason why I would rather watch Inoue fighting Nakatani than fighting a featherweight right now. So yeah, a lot of people are requesting for I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I said this like 2 weeks ago. This is like my third time saying this. But I went online recently and I seen a whole bunch of people saying Nakatani versus Bam. So I ain't really gonna try to push it too much no more. I'm gonna fall back. I see everybody done caught on now. But that's a real fight that should happen. But Bam has to get in front of a lot more style though. I don't want to see him in front of older guys. Right now, I think he getting good experience, but I don't know if he gonna still be fighting the same type of competition as everybody else is. Because right now, it looks like if Nakatani goes straight into an Inoue fight, and Nakatani ends up beating Inoue, that's gonna be bad news for everybody, including Bam. You ain't finna be over Nakatani if he beat Inoue in a fight. And y'all was in the same weight class? Oh no. No, sir. Don't let him take Inoue 12 rounds. He's still going to be over here in the pound for pound. So, hey, let me ask you a question, Mateo. So, if Nakatani goes out there and fight Inoue and go 12 rounds, what we going to do with that? And he moving up in weight classes too. So, that's why I'm saying, like, a lot of people, Nakatani ain't scared to fight Inoue. Anyway, the one talking about some fight my brother first. Your brother just lost. So I can't fight your brother now. He coming off a loss. So you want me to fight your brother after he lost? Or what we doing? He like, hey, what we doing? I'm fighting your brother after a loss, or am I still fighting him? Nakatani like, man, yeah, I'll fight you. And that's gonna be a tough fight for Inoue, just because of the guys he been fighting lately. The guys that Inoue been fighting lately is not a. You understand what I'm saying though? The guys Inoue been fighting lately ain't they ain't consistently just been pushing him. The hardest fight he had recently is Neary. And I don't think Neary was in the best type of shape he could have been in. Especially with the suspensions he been going through and everything else. I don't think Neary was, anyway, ain't really just jumped in front of a monster who been super active. I know Stephen Fulton. I don't know how active Stephen Fulton was going into that fight. And even then, if you look at how Stephen Fulton is now compared to how he was in the Inoue fight, he was a lot smaller. Like those 4 pounds that he was cutting to make 140, 122 compared to 126, it's too much. But me personally, I just feel like to be honest with you, I just gotta keep it 1,000. The minute they put Bam Rodriguez on pound for pound, the minute they put you on pound for pound, it ain't no other talking. Ain't no, hey man, we gotta build you up. Nah, you need to fight somebody. That's how I feel. Because the boxing world, that's the pressure they get put on you every time. If you get put on pound for pound, the pressure is for you to fight a big name. Just like what Teofimo Lopez. Hey, yeah, you fought Steve Claggett and Jermaine Ortiz and Josh Taylor recently and Sandor Martin. That's cool. I like those names. I think those are decent names. But guess what? You still got to fight a big name. And he's not even on pound for pound. They talking about Bam top 5 pound for pound now? Bro, you got to make that move, man. You got to look at everybody that's top 5 pound for pound. Look at who they fighting. Like, really. Like, from Bivol fought Zerto. That's why he top 5. He fought Zerto, beat him, and Zerto a champion at cruiserweight. Bitterbeev, he beat up everybody at 175. And then the other 3 guys, I know you got Usyk, Inoue, and then you have Terence Crawford. But Inoue really got on pound for pound because of Nonito Donaire. Without Donaire, and Bam ain't got no Donaire type of fight on his resume. Yeah, Estrada is good, especially at 22. That's a good fight. Yeah, exactly. And we got too many people undisputed right now, PD. They disrespect the undisputed. And I'm gonna tell you another thing too, PD. They trying to block Benavidez out of undisputed. So first they said, oh, the winner of Bivol and Bitterbeev, they got to fight Benavidez. And then they made Benavidez and Morel mandatory. So Benavidez like, hey man, yeah, I agree with that though, PD. I agree with that. I ain't saying Bam ain't a good fighter though. Bam pound for pound, but top 5? We got to realize what everybody top 5 doing. To be top 5, that means you beating them guys right now. You beating the Tyson Fury. You beating the Bivol. You beating the Canelo. You beating the Earl Spence. You beating the Stephen Fulton or Donaire. You gotta look at the names that these guys is actually beating on top 5. And they gotta fight more people. So yeah, I agree with that. Like Bam ain't no pound for pound where I'm like, man, he ain't no pound for pound. Everybody tripping. No, I ain't saying it like that. I'm saying it like, are we gonna put him in front of this person and that person and that person and that person? And even if you look at the last four fights recently with like Nick Ball done fought some hard fights. Nick Ball done fought Isaac Dogba, who was a tough fight for Ray Vargas. Then he fought Ray Vargas. He fought Ray Ford, and he just fought Ronnie Rios. So that's 4 tough fights he done fought in a row, and he not even pound for pound. And he a champion now. So this dude fighting like pound for pound type of fights. And he's a new champion. And he young. So I'm looking at that now. I'm like, okay, bro, the standard is starting to get, it's going to be hard to really put a Bam Rodriguez over Benavidez and Benavidez go out here and beat Morel. It's going to be real hard. Technically, Benavidez should be over Morel right now, just off of beating, over Bam Rodriguez, just off of beating Vosdick, the last guy. He technically should be on pound for pound over him. That should be the only reason. But yeah, pound for pound is subjective. I mean, everybody ain't gonna get it right. That's why it's a hard thing to judge. I understand. But most of the people they put on there is like guys who can't really sell, to be real with you. They don't, usually the top 5 guys on pound for pound isn't gonna be it's not gonna be Tank, Usyk, Joshua. It ain't gonna be like that. You know what I'm saying? Just any random names based off of. Cause you notice like people ain't never tried to put Joshua on pound for pound because they wasn't really confident like that. They'll say he was the best heavyweight, but they ain't never put him on pound for pound. They weren't confident in Joshua like that. Now Usyk, they'll throw him on pound for pound because they confident in his skills and they know what he's done. Even Fury, they'll put him on pound for pound, but certain people, it's like you got to realize who they haven't put on pound for pound, then who they have. And then boxing is getting hard now. Everybody got 4. You got 4 guys in each division with 4 belts. So we got to figure out who the better person in the division. That's why undisputed is something that need to be coveted. If it's not, it's gonna be harder to kind of pick who's the best champion. That's why I was tripping early. I'm like, man, this dude Baccarat really is Charlo mandatory though. So it's like a lot of people say, man, Charlo pound for pound. And last year, yeah, you make sense when you say that. But if you're a guy like me, I'm looking back and I'm like, bro, I just don't think Castano's the toughest 54 you can fight right now. And technically, on paper, the toughest 54 that Charlo's fought is Brian Castano or Tony Harrison. And then I heard Erickson Lubin say recently, yeah, Tony Harrison was over the hill. Yeah, huh? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he wasn't the same as he was at Charlo fight, but it's like, I don't know how you could tell if somebody really over the hill like that. Because he did the same thing in Charlo fight, kind of gassed out a little early. He wasn't training like that too as far as the Charlo fight, but I don't know. Sometimes you got to fight who's in front of you. And then when you have this dude Baccarat come around and he's like, everybody's like, man, this is the best fight for Terence Crawford right now. Yeah, I said that too. They say Harrison going to 160. They say he at 160 now. He at 160. See, PD, he on what I'm on. I'm trying to figure out who I ain't gonna lie to you. It's funny that you brought up Xander Zayed. That's the only fight I want to see right now with somebody fight. But yeah, as far as like the pound for pound right now, man, I mean, it's kind of hard to figure out who's actually on it, but they'll figure it out sooner or later. See, right now with this BoxRec pound for pound, see, BoxRec tripping. See, BoxRec, they tripping hard. They got Bam Rodriguez under Munguia. They got Bam Rodriguez under Zepeda. They got Usyk number 17 on pound for pound. They got Usyk number 17. They got Haney number 10. I seen Bitterbill put Haney number 3 on pound for pound. Ooh, the fans hated that boy. Hey, I'm glad you said that, PD. I heard Lubin today. He was saying, and it's crazy that I had came across this in my mind, but Lubin had said, cause you know we like Lubin over here, but Lubin had said, you know, Tim Tszyu ain't fought nobody, and he was like, who he fought, man? You know what I'm saying? And I was like, dang, he kind of right a little bit, you know, as far as comparing it to his resume. He said, you know, his own family pound for pound. I want to see Munguia or Berlanga fight Steven Nelson. Steve Nelson at 168 from Nebraska that be with Terence Crawford. I want to see one of those guys fight him. I don't know, to be honest with you, I don't know if they could beat him. But yeah, Lubin should get Charlo. That would be a good fight. To be honest with you, APD, they haven't announced Charlo supposed to be fighting on Tank card. Do you think they'll make that fight right now? Man, that'll be a good fight right now, dog. That'll be a good fight right now. I'm trying to figure out who Xander Zayas. I don't know if Xander Zayas can get in the ring with to be honest with you, Xander Zayas would be good at fighting oh yeah, that guy, Ennis Tszyu. You know the guy who fought before Tszyu Saturday? He want to fight Xander Zayas. I think Xander Zayas will beat him though. But that's a good fight though. Yeah, Ennis Tszyu, I mean, my bad. I'm saying his name Tszyu like I'm reading it all out. That guy Tszyu, he want to fight Xander Zayas. He ranked high. He probably like one of the highest ranked prospects right now. Him and Xander Zayas. Man, both of them do. Hey, if they do that, hey PD, if they do that, PBC tripping. If they do that, they tripping. Because Lubin ain't fought since Lubin ain't fought in a year. He ain't fought since September of last year. They do that, they tripping. He ain't fought since last year. They do that, they tripping. It's time to move on in a minute. Not as far as Lubin, but like you said, brother, to go ahead and just retire, man. Yeah, that guy Tayez, he the only one I heard call out Xander Zayas. I think Xander Zayas will beat Tszyu brother right now. He only got 10 fights. Hey, how do you think Xander Zayas does against Brian Mendoza? That's a tough fight. What about Brian Mendoza? You think that's too early? Brian Mendoza down. I ain't gonna lie, I would put Xander Zayas in the ring with Ishmael Davis. Or Josh Kelly. Brian Mendoza, get him up in there. Him and Jesus Ramos are about the same age. I want to see him fight Jesus Ramos, but that might be next year. They'll bring somebody. Hey, you know what's crazy, PD? That dude, Charlo, said he fighting at 160. He said he fighting from 154 to 160. I think he fighting at 60. I think he fighting at 160. Because Laura got a belt at 160. Then, who got the other belt? Carlos Adames got the other belt. So Charlo could actually be undisputed at 2 weight classes. And it'll be a lot more easier if he was to do it at 160. If Charlo was smart, I'm gonna be real with you, PD. And I had this idea. Somebody steal it, bro. They stole it from me. But this was the idea I had. If Charlo fights at 160, he beats Lara. And let's just say he fight Lara and then Carlos Adames. He had 2 belts at 160. And then he turn around and fight Hamzat Shiraz. He'll be undisputed. So him and Terence Crawford could turn around and fight each other. After being undisputed, Terence Crawford could be 54 undisputed. He could be 160 undisputed. And they can fight each other right now. Well, not right now, but, you know, after that situation. Because Crawford ain't that far away from being undisputed at 54. Man, that'll be a good fight, though, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. But that's a scenario, Charlie. He said never. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to put a scenario together. Yeah, you're right. You're right. They speeding it up right now. I'm not gonna lie. The way it's going right now, I don't know. You kind of right, but the way it's going right now, you kind of right though. The reason why I say you kind of right, I'm gonna say why I know why you right. The reason why you right is because Charlo. Well, how do I say this? The reason why I know he's right is because that Benavidez situation. They said Benavidez and Bivol, they could rematch each other. Bob Arum talking about it won't happen until October 2025 if they rematch each other. But the IBF said they can fight next, so I don't know what Bob Arum talking about. Maybe he ain't heard that. But he said he can fight him next though. But Bob Arum talking about October 2025. That's a long time, bro. Yeah, they passed their prime. Yeah, they passed their prime. Yeah, they passed their prime. The reason why I say they passed their prime is because it's gonna take a lot of fights just to get back to where they was at. Like right when Charlo was going into that first Castano fight, it's gonna take him a lot of fights just to get back to where he was then. Oh, what would my advice be for Tim Tszyu? The same advice I had after the Fundora fight. Work on your jab and your defense on your jab. And actually study your opponent next time. And if you can, try to fly out to a fight. If Tim Tszyu, let me tell you something. Tim Tszyu could have did three things after that last fight. He could have went, first of all, he could have went and seen Baccarat fight live in February. Would have cost him nothing but a little paycheck, a little check stub. He could have saw Baccarat fight live. That would have gave him a big, it would have changed his perspective on this fight going in. Tim Tszyu needs to work. If he's gonna have his father around, he needs to have his father in the corner. And he needs to stay away from the heavy bag and practice on his jab defense. And I felt like his jab was good this fight, but he got trying to be aggressive, man, trying to please the fans. Hey, you gotta start to get that Shakur Stevenson mentality a little bit. Trust me, every boxer, when they lose a fight, the first person they probably think about is Shakur Stevenson. They like, man, I should have went out there and just fought a boring fight, went home with my W. Now I done lost out on a big check. He only got $75,000 for that Bacoli fight. Horrible. You know why that's bad? I'm gonna tell you why that's bad. I heard that he had to pick Sugar Hill to train with him in order to get the fight. He had to get Sugar Hill. So I was asking myself, like, why is he working with Sugar Hill a month before the fight? They said he couldn't take the fight unless he used Sugar Hill. That's a whole nother situation. I'll tell y'all why. Yeah, I know. But I think Canelo blowing smoke though, bro. I think Canelo was blowing smoke. I think Canelo was blowing smoke. I really think he was. I really think he was. And I'm not saying Canelo directly, but at the end of the day, Canelo ain't finna let nobody just use his name for certain things. But without Canelo, only names he's being mentioned with is Bivol and Crawford. Not even being mentioned with Benavidez no more. I think everybody passed Canelo on the Benavidez fight. So with that being said, he's in a good spot still because he's Canelo, but he's in a bad spot. I'm telling you, next month, bro, let me tell y'all something. I don't want to tell too much personal stuff, but I'm gonna tell y'all something. I was talking to my nephew. My nephew was a little kid. He's like he's 6 years old. So I'm talking to my nephew. He's 6 years old, and I'm like, nephew, you watch boxing? He's like, yeah. I'm like, nephew, what boxers do you know? I said, you know any boxers? He like, yeah, I know some boxers. I said, what boxers you know? He said, I know Jake Paul and I know Mike Tyson. Bruh, do y'all know what happened to me, bro? I almost had to be rushed to the hospital from just a heart attack. Stu said Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. I said, who else you know? He said, that's it. I said, bro, how you know who Jake Paul and Mike Tyson is? Stu 6 years old. He knows who Mike Tyson and Jake Paul is. He don't know who Canelo is. He don't know who Usyk. He don't know Inoue. He don't know none of these guys. The only two boxers he knows is Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. I want everybody to think about it. My nephew's 6 years old. This dude know who Mike Tyson is. He don't know who Floyd is. He don't know who none of these guys is. He know who Mike Tyson is, though. Like, let me never say that again. My bad, man. I'm like, man, who you watch? That man, he said Mike Tyson and Jake Paul, man. That let me know, first of all, me and him don't talk about no boxing. And the second thing I thought about, I was like, dang, so what ad? The thing I'm thinking about is, what ad did he see to where he know who Jake Paul or Mike Tyson is? Man, we in trouble, man. He's the new generation. He is the new generation. He is going to be the one in 20 years buying a boxing fight. And right now, the first two boxers he knows is Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. Bro, when I tell y'all all these boxers that people be talking about the face of boxing, bro, my nephew don't know none of these guys. None of them. This dude know who Mike Tyson is, though. Yeah, they got a lot of people coming out of retirement. Oh, TikTok. Yeah, it might be TikTok. Yeah, you right. You right. He be on them YouTube shorts and stuff. You right. Yeah, YouTube shorts. I'm like, this dude know who Mike Tyson is? I'm like, bro, when he said Jake Paul, I was like, okay, I'm not surprised, you know, these young guys. He said Mike Tyson. I'm like, huh? I'm like, wow. But that proved my point, though. When that fight come on in a couple of weeks, and he know that Jake Paul and Mike Tyson coming up, guess what he gonna say? You gonna watch the fight? I'm like, man, the first fight he gonna watch is Jake Paul. So, so when he get older, they gonna be like, what's the first fight you saw? Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson? That's gonna be crazy. Yeah, but 2025 gonna be a good year, man. It's a lot of guys coming out of retirement. Eddie Hearn dusting off a lot of fighters right now. A lot of these domestic fights, a lot of these pro box fights, they mean something these days, especially this year. You see how Lamont Roach was just on the pro box fight card. Angelo Leo, he was on pro box. I gotta thank PD for putting me on pro box. I was watching pro box, but not that much. But PD put me on pro box. Hey, I ain't gonna, bro. Hey, PD, I said that recently. I was like, Oscar's still my favorite fighter. Like, I still want to see some 2-round fights. And the crazy part is, the first person I seen to fight an exhibition was Oscar. I think Oscar was in an exhibition before he fought Floyd or something. I was like, ain't this dude still boxing? Oscar went out there and pulled a Rocky Balboa. You remember when Rocky had fought Hulk Hogan? He went out there and picked the Rocky. Said, I'm gonna fight a charity event while I'm still active. That wasn't even no like Triller type of fight. That was a real charity event. Yeah, I want to see Oscar fight 2-minute rounds. Let's go. Put him on the undercard. You remember when Oscar tried to fight Dana White? See, Dana White ain't no fun, man. Oscar De La Hoya, I bet Dana White could have talked Oscar De La Hoya into going in the cage. You talking about Chris who? Or you talking about Colbert? Man. You talking about Colbert, ain't you? You talking about Chris Colbert? I still don't know what happened in that fight. Oh, yeah. Oscar fought Shaq, yeah. Hey, that's what it was. Oscar fought Shaq. Yeah, Oscar thought he was Bruce Lee versus Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or something. Oscar tried to pull a Bruce Lee. I wonder what Chris you talking about. He said Chris got stopped on PBC. Chris who? Oh, Chris Colbert? Yeah, that was on that Pro Box. Man, hey, if you didn't see that fight, don't watch it. If you didn't see that fight, boy, that should have been one I should have stayed away from. The undercard was good, though. That undercard for Pro Box was good last week. I think the undercard gonna be good this week. They got a girl fight for the main event this week. Switching it up. Yeah, they switching it up, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Y'all think these boxing fans, they be going hard for the men boxers. But for the females, these dudes be worse. They be going in too hard. Yeah, that Oscar fought Shaq. Hey, PD, you ever seen that exhibition where Oscar fought Shaq? That was crazy. Yeah, it was. It was a good card, man. That card was good. Yeah, Pro Box been stepping it up. For some reason, they had a fight card Saturday. It was like Lamont Roach, his team or something, had a promotion card, but I couldn't find it. I don't know if it was on Pro Box. I think they probably just sponsored it or whatever. I couldn't find it, though. I know BLK Prime put some fight cards together. I couldn't even find out how to get the last card that Gabe Flores was on. I gotta check after I get off of here. Gabe Flores had a card recently with a whole bunch of good prospects on there. BLK Prime, don't sleep on them. A lot of people was making fun of BLK Prime a couple of years ago, but they putting together some good fight cards. Don't sleep on them. I wouldn't be surprised they do a big fight soon. That was a good card. Yeah, Chris Colbert, man. Hey, you know what's crazy, PD? He was landing. He was boxing well early in the fight. Then he just started getting out of shape. He was out of shape. He had a gut. When I seen his stomach, man, I was like, nah, he ain't gonna last. He had a gut going into the fight. Before the weigh-ins, he had a stomach. So that was a huge sign for me. I'm like, yeah, he out of shape. Yeah, a lot of these guys ain't even in shape, man. That's hard. That's bad for American boxing. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm all right with guys losing and everything. That happens in boxing, but if you don't come into a fight out of shape, bro, that's embarrassing, man. These other countries ain't doing that. A lot of these other guys, they going 12 rounds. These Mexican fighters, they going 12 rounds. Unless they getting stopped. If they ain't getting stopped, they going 12 rounds. But you getting the towel thrown in and you ain't letting your hands go. They threw the towel in like, and you should have seen how the guy threw the towel in. It looked like the dude was shooting 3-pointer. The way they threw that towel in, PD, it looked like he was shooting 3-pointer. That's why I was so disrespected. I'm like, this dude really just, he shot that towel in the ring like it was a Steph Curry 3. Yeah, he used his camps to cut weight. Bro, your camps, I don't know why fighters don't know that. Camps is not for cutting weight. That's for training. You supposed to be at least 10 pounds over 15. You don't want to be walking around 20. If you walking around 20 pounds over, bro, you need to start doing salads. That's why you see a lot of these guys, they'll be at 54. They'll be at 154 for 2 years, 3, 4, 5 years. They'll be like, nah, I'll just stay at 54 for 6-7 years. Then they end up being at 168. Look at Triple G. Triple G kind of chubby now, but when he was at 160, he was at 160. That's why it's hard to beat guys like that. Majramov, what's that dude that Tszyu was fighting this weekend? Bakaram? That dude got every piece of fat he can off of him. You step in the ring with him, he ain't finna have no body fat on him. Somebody said, crazy how I was in diapers and playing with toys while these legendary fights happen. Even with Floyd fights, I was already asleep early until like 16. Yeah, you right. You right. You right. That's why we trying to get it back there, bro, but it ain't the same, man. It ain't the same. It is, but it's not. It's not the same because the matchups people are trying to put together, it's like it's on the fly. We only got a couple of boxers that can actually, yeah, give me Triple G versus Charlo, for real. Triple G said he not retired either. I think Triple G will give him a run for his money. I think Triple G will definitely give him a run for his money. Now, Big Charlo, I don't know. That jab was kind of all right last fight. I would only say Lil Charlo have a difficult time because Triple G used to that weight. But no, I think that'll be a good fight. But yeah, man, we definitely putting pressure on Charlo. A lot of people think that we be picking on him and stuff like that. No, bro, we have high expectations for all boxers. Even when Floyd Mayweather was 50-0, 40-0, bro, it was people that was when Floyd was like 45-0. People was like, man, he lost to Maidana. He need to run it back. And now when you look back, that was a waste of time, bro. Y'all should have scored the fight better. Hey, we would have probably had 2 Pacquiao fights if the fans wouldn't have said, hey, man, run that Maidana fight back. I mean, it was cool. It was entertaining, but Maidana was missing, though. He wasn't hitting like that. He wasn't landing. And we saw in the second fight, oh, man, he didn't do nothing. But that's kind of like the fight where I started to realize, okay, I see what's going on a little bit. A lot of these punches are missing. But Floyd kind of got away. He got over on the fans with that one. He was so happy the fans said run it back. He was like, absolutely. That's another easy fight towards 50-0. Y'all don't even know what y'all doing. Yeah, PD said he was fed up. He ain't punching. Gonna stop it. Yeah, what's up, Truth? What's going on? I like that emoji you got too. That jump far. It looked like Mike Tyson knockout. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I was looking at some video games the other day. Mike Tyson had a lot of video games with his name on there, like Mike Tyson boxing. That dude had video games on Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, and he had games on Xbox. I'm like, bro, they made a bag off Mike Tyson. I'm talking about they made a bag off Mike Tyson. It's a certain level that Mike Tyson was at. People don't understand. Like, they made a bag off of him. There's no boxers they can do that with these days. I know they had Oscar on Fight Night and stuff like that and try to get Oscar, they had Oscar all over the place in the 90s, 2000s. He said Cobra ate too much chicken. I read that, but I ain't read it. Don't take from your own supply. Hey, while we laughing though, hey, he dead for real probably with eating all that chicken, man. I mean, that is, you going to eat for free, so why not? That's funny. But yeah, I thought he would have went out there and let his hands fly. It's kind of sad to see him go out like that. See the way that Cobra went out, it was almost worse than the way Tszyu went out, because you know that Tszyu kind of got caught with too many shots, but Cobra, he quit on himself though. And like PD said, he's lazy. Very lazy. That's lazy. The way he's fought the last couple of times, even with the Rayo fight, the last fight, he didn't want to work hard. He wanted to cut corners, and he didn't want to fight the same way he did the first fight. End up getting beat. Yeah, these IBF, hey, real talk. Like Truth said, hey, Truth, that's real talk. That's real talk, Truth. Y'all see what Truth said? After Dubois and Baccarat fight, y'all gotta start putting respect on these IBF champions. Skull might shock the world. Hey, why you saying that, bro? Hey, you the first one I seen say that. I gotta give you your credit on that one. Cause I know somebody else gonna try to steal it from you. Yeah, you right about that. You the first person I seen say that. That's real talk. I ain't even think of that. Like, I can't even get it. I can take a picture of it. But yeah, you right about that though. That dude said IBF champions dominating right now. That's crazy, man. Yeah, that Cobra fight was disappointing though, PD. I was wondering what you thought about that fight. I can't believe he went out like that. I was trying to explain after. I'm like, bro, I don't even understand what happened. A lot of people didn't understand either. Yeah, you right about that, Truth. That IBF. Yeah, you right, man. I'm not gonna lie though. I want to see the underdogs win. I'm not really disappointed that a lot of underdogs is winning because people been so heavy on the favorites over the last couple of years. Like, oh, nobody can beat this guy. Nobody. I know, you know, most of the time you're right about that. You know, like Bitter Bill, Bibble. Nobody can really beat those guys, but everybody, nah. That's why I'm like, man, these guys got to fight eventually. That's why a lot of fans trying to go to MMA because they like, man, these dudes ain't fighting. They didn't let Ngannou come over here, fight Fury and Joshua. I know a lot of fans were disappointed in that situation. Like, you letting this guy come over and get the best fights, and we still waiting on these other fights. But I don't think boxing is gonna. I think it's gonna grow a lot more, but it has to start being in a position where they actually growing the sport, like growing the fighters. I think a lot of times now, when certain fighters lose, it's like career suicide. It's not really, fans not really, they don't really believe in some of these guys like that. I think the Daniel Dubois situation was way too quick though. I feel like people quit on him way too quick. It was just way too quick. It's not normal. I know a lot of people say, well, you know, guys 25, 24 always lost. Yeah, but they wasn't fighting Hall of Famers back to back to back. You know what I'm saying? We gotta, or not Hall of Famers, but tough guys. Or the best fighters on their continent. So I was like, nah, I gotta give him a break on this one. Definitely gotta give him a break. Even what's the old boy name recently? Cruz, Eastside Cruz. I even give him a break. Another person I gave a break, Barrios, because those guys tend to bounce back. Gotta always remind yourself they fighting the top competition. He said, "What do you think of Rick Glaser? Is he legit or full of crap?" I mean, Rick Glaser said that Canelo was leaving Al Heyman in the PBC, and as I last checked, Al Heyman and Canelo are still doing business right now. So what did that tell you? And he also said that PBC wasn't in a good spot, but if I ask you a question about who had the bigger fights outside of Riyadh season this year, whether it's the Zone, Top Rank, or you could throw Golden Boy in there, or PBC, you probably gonna say PBC. So I don't know. You can say full of crap, but he says a lot of things that's legit, but it's still biased though. You know what I'm saying? The dude's still biased. I know recently he said something that I felt like was stupid. He said that that's not the way of the streets, and Devin Haney is not carrying himself like a street guy. And then somebody said, Rick Glaser, what you know about the streets? And he was like, check my background. Saying like he was a street dude or something like that. He said he's claiming that Tim Tszyu was lost because he is a shot fighter. Yeah, he said some ridiculous stuff recently. Yeah. He didn't lose because he's a shot fighter. He lost because he tried to walk down a guy who's bigger than him, has a better jab, and it looks like who has a lot more power in his jab and his left hook. Tim Tszyu tried to walk a guy down with no legs, man. Anybody will lose like that. He tried to walk a guy down with no legs, and that's the worst thing you can do in boxing. He tried to walk a guy down with no legs, man. He got his legs back and said, you know what? I'm gonna walk this guy down. Cause you know, Bakaram got hit with a couple of shots where he was like, whoa, okay, let me chill out. But then when he seen Tim Tszyu coming forward in the second round, he like, okay, he wasn't all over Tim Tszyu, like to the point where he was like trying to force a knockout. He was just letting the knockout come. And Tim Tszyu just kept falling into it. For some reason, he felt like the guy was just chasing him, and he wasn't. If you look at all the clean shots that Tim Tszyu was getting hit with, he was getting hit most of the time when he was throwing shots. He was getting hit when he was throwing the shots. So basically, Tim Tszyu had the same situation that Teofimo had against Kambosos or Sandor Martin, but his aggression was worse because he kept getting hit with the same stuff. Teofimo Lopez, he was smart enough to be like, oh no, I'm not finna keep walking this guy down. But do I like some of the stuff Rick Glaser say? Yeah, I do. I don't hate a guy, but over boxing, I don't get that serious. But does he say stuff where it's like bias? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, it's obvious. And I don't want to go too far, but I could say some more, but but hopefully he's kind of tweaks the way he reports boxing, because you don't want to be like a Skip Bayless type of guy. Like most of these guys, they report boxing like they Skip Bayless or something. See, the thing I do with boxing is I tell you the good things about a boxer first. Then I tell you the things that I think he should improve or work on. Am I a world-class trainer? Absolutely not. Am I a pro boxer? No, I'm not. But have I got more things, or I've noticed certain things? Bro, boxing, I'm telling y'all, the secret of boxing is just putting yourself in somebody else's shoes. That's it. If you're a guy like Tim Tszyu, you lost to Fundora, and you got the whole world telling you that you won your last fight because you had blood in your eyes. That was the reason you lost. Why are you gonna go to the gym and fight? I mean, you got a championship fight coming up. Why would you change anything? There's nobody telling him to change anything. He's doing the same kind of training he's doing. It's just his mindset going into it. He's fighting like every round of his last round, and it's not that type of fight. It's just not that type of fight. But to be honest with you, if he wasn't so aggressive against Fundora, he would be in this fight right now, taking this loss and still probably have a belt or something else. But his aggression is putting him in a deep hole. That's why when a lot of people were saying, oh, why Terence Crawford ain't trying to be aggressive against Madrimov? Why Terence Crawford ain't trying to walk him down or get a knockout? He was scared. And that's when Jose Benavidez Sr. was saying, oh, Terence Crawford, he ain't exciting like David is. David is exciting. He'll go in there. And I'm like, bro, dudes will get destroyed out here. Virgil Ortiz got dropped like that. Anthony Joshua got dropped like that. He couldn't recover. And the same thing happened to Tszyu. He couldn't recover like that. You cannot go in there rushing these guys who are professional boxers. The knockouts don't matter at a certain point. Anybody can knock you out. It's just that a lot of guys are smart enough to say, you know what, I'm not going to go in there and try to rush this guy. I'm not going to rush him. A lot of times these guys like Baccarat, that fight Baccarat, he don't get knockouts because they know I'm not finna walk him down. He's 6'1". He probably weighs about 180 right now. Why would I walk him down? I'm gonna get destroyed. And what Tszyu ain't realize is Fundora's probably like 160 on fight night. Baccarat was like 180. This ain't no one of them little chairs you have at a barbecue or something like that. One of them little blue chairs you have at the barbecue. Baccarat is a steel folding chair. He is not a plastic chair. He's a folding chair at 154. You said, dude, Tszyu fight like Canelo at 154? Nah, Tszyu fight like Triple G. Nah, Tszyu fight like Triple G. Nah, he don't fight like Canelo. He fight like Triple G. I know a guy right now that fight just like Triple G. That dude, Jin Suzaki from Japan, that dude fight just like Canelo. He look like a Japanese Canelo. I mean, that dude fights just like Canelo. The way he walks forward, everything. You could tell he watches Canelo all day. I think Tszyu fight more like Triple G though. He's offensively centric, but Triple G had enough amateur years to where he realized, you know what, I can't walk everybody down. That's why in that second fight with Canelo, Triple G like, you know what, I'm good. Hey, you know what's crazy? I got a solid wood dining table for my grandma right here in my room right now. He said, "Grandma, dining wood table chair." I got one of those right now. That chair gonna last you right there. For real, Baccarat is the real deal, man. But you know, I appreciate everybody who support the channel because I was asking for this fight last year, bro. If they wouldn't have made this fight, I would have looked like a complete idiot, man. I'm talking about a complete idiot. I'm proud of myself because I'm gonna tell you why. Yeah, I like Charlo and Spence and Tank and all those guys, but in my mind, I was like, bro, what's the best fight we can have right now for boxing that can kind of push the sport forward? And I thought Tszyu and Baccarat was. I said, Charlo ain't fighting, so let these guys get a chance to fight. And as we see a year later, it's one of the most talked about fights. And you got to think about it. This is a week after Bivol and Bitterbill fought. So that just shows you how big the fight is. All the Bitterbill and Bivol talk has went away. And now we kind of focus on Tszyu. So that shows how big the fight is and how important it is to boxing. And the weight class, 154 is an important weight class. 154 is always going to be good. It's always going to have talent. Most of these guys is at 54 now was there when Charlo was there. That's why when Terence Crawford fighting at 154, that's a bonus for boxing fans. If you're a boxing fan and Terence Crawford going to fight at 54, the only thing I would say is just sit back and enjoy it. It's enough talent in the weight class. You don't really have to pick who he's going to fight. At this point right now, 2 months later, a lot of people realize Madrimov is really a good fighter. A lot of people realize now that Madrimov is better than all the other fighters that they thought was beast at 154. And they're realizing now, oh man, because I told people the dude Olaces and Glacies, I had seen him fight a couple times. I'm like, man, that dude is an animal at 168. But then I seen Madrimov fought him not too long ago. I'm like, whoa. And Murtazaliev used to fight at 68. He ain't no weight bully because he can make the weight. He probably walking around weight fighting at 168, which is normal. You ain't finna be cutting weight all the time in the amateurs. Especially for no 4-round fight. You ain't finna be cutting weight. But for him to be walking around at 168 and do that, you said Boost the only option? Boost ain't gonna sell. Boost can't sell. Boost can't sell nothing without Terence Crawford. And Boost ain't big enough to fight nobody else. This is how I know Boost ain't big enough to fight Terence Crawford right now. If Boost don't fight Terence Crawford, Boost ain't got no other options. What's up, Jose? Boost ain't got no other options except Terence Crawford. See, Terence Crawford, when he was at 147, when Terence Crawford was at 147, he fought whoever. Terence Crawford ain't go to 147 and say, you know what? I got a belt, so I need to just fight Earl Spence. I don't need to fight Sean Porter. I don't need to fight Kell Brook. I just need to fight Jeff Horn. And I don't want to be disrespectful, but I don't even know if Boost fought somebody better than Jeff Horn yet. If you look at Boost's resume, who he fought better than Jeff Horn on his resume? So when we mention Boots with Terence Crawford, that means Boots has 2 or 3 fights left in his career. I mean, Terence Crawford has 2 or 3 fights left in his career. We're saying that Boots is one of the best fighters in the world right now that Terence Crawford can fight. Because as soon as Boots fights Terence Crawford, you know what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to ask Boots to fight Bakaram. I'm going to ask Boots to fight Canelo. I'm going to ask Boots to fight Murtazaliev. I'm going to ask Boots to fight Xander Zayas. I'm going to ask Boots to fight Tszyu. I don't care if he came off a loss. I'm going to ask him to fight Fundora. I'm going to ask Boots to fight Charlo. These are all the people I'm asking Terence Crawford to fight. I asked Terence Crawford to fight Canelo, Tszyu, Bakaram. So we gonna pass up all those guys for Boots? You said Boots is a bigger name than Murtazaliev and Bakaram. And Bakaram is a bigger name than Tszyu. I mean, Tszyu is a bigger name than Bakaram. You said, is it IBF eliminated? Yeah, it is. I think so. I think it is. Tszyu is a bigger name than Bakaram. Tszyu is a bigger name than the Fundora. David Benavidez is a bigger name. David Benavidez is a bigger name than Jaime Munguia and Edgar Berlanga. I don't think bigger names matter in boxing no more. Them days over with, bro. Murtazaliev not even a big name, and none of those guys. Boost can't beat Murtazaliev. Boost can't beat Bakaram right now. I just told you that Oslasius and Glacius just lost. He lost to Murtazaliev. You said Benavidez versus Crawford would be lit. No, Charlo versus Benavidez would have been lit. Jamel Charlo should have fought David Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? Like the fact that Demetrius Andre is the only 154 besides guys like Kyron Davis and Ronald Ellis. Those are the only guys that fought David Benavidez. Charlo should have fought David Benavidez. I'm talking about the big Charlo, the one that fighting at 168 right now. You said Tim talks too much. Yeah, people been saying Tim talk too much, but all these guys talk a lot though, bro. All these guys talk a lot. That's what I'm saying. Like all these guys jump in the ring. Canelo not working with unless Turkey gives in the bag. Nah, Canelo gonna work with Turkey, bro. Canelo gonna work with Turkey. Canelo gonna work with Turkey. They just doing a little back and forth. If Tszyu would have won that fight, he would have worked with Turkey. They just talking. He would have worked with Turkey. Canelo gonna work with Turkey, trust me. He been in Saudi Arabia already. You say it was big because of the upset. Yeah, but bro, I'm telling you, Tszyu, he lost to Fundora. It wasn't really that big of an upset. We got to realize this. He lost to Fundora. The only reason it was an upset because people thought that he beat Fundora and that he wouldn't be able to lose this fight. But yeah, I picked Tszyu to lose to Fundora. And even after the fight, people was like, nah, he won. That's why it was such a big upset. But nah, Tszyu done lost 2 fights in a row. He's lost 2 fights in a row. He's beatable. It's just that people need to be happy that Terence Crawford didn't jump in there and fight Tszyu. He probably wouldn't have lasted that long. If I was the fans right now, I'd be like, man, thank Bakaram because Tszyu would have got washed by Terence Crawford. But yeah, Canelo's not the big fight no more, bro. Like, to be honest with you, everybody want to fight David Benavidez now. There's no young guys that want to fight Canelo. There's no more young guys that want to fight Canelo. Berlanga, he already did it. Munguia's already did it. Morrell, he left 168 to go fight Benavidez. Nobody's really chasing Canelo right now. Canelo's like, sorry to say it, but you know, I'm telling you, if Canelo would have fought Benavidez and Crawford, he'll be the best fighter of this generation. Hands down. Hands down. Wouldn't even been close. He didn't even have to win. I'll give you proof that Canelo didn't have to beat Benavidez or Crawford. He didn't beat Bivol. And people still say he's the best, so he didn't have to beat Crawford or Benavidez. But trust me, in 5 years, he'll regret it. I thought you said resume wasn't everything, but now resume matters. I mean, unless you're going to watch Canelo fight some bums, I guess. So you telling me you'll watch Canelo fight an amateur boxer right now and you'll be cool with it? Yeah, resumes do matter. I said resumes matter. It ain't the end all be all in boxing. I mean, somebody's gonna have to start off with no resume. You gotta build your resume up. But resumes matter when you get to a certain spot though. If you're a Canelo, yeah, your resumes matter. You know, I hope it would, but yeah, Canelo, Jake Paul probably next. Yeah. I can see that happening on Netflix. I think that's like 2 years away though, Jose. I think that won't happen till like 2026. If that does happen. I think Canelo will fight him 2026. And it would be on Netflix. Because Canelo ain't got no deal right now. I think Canelo will do something like fight with Turkey Al Sheikh next year and then come back. Yeah, I heard about that kangaroo spirits and then lions on the trunk, not a kangaroo. Yeah, I think Tim versus Virgil was still a good fight, though. I don't think a lot of these fights are still good. I think a lot of these fights are still good. I think they're still good. But yeah, the resume definitely matters in certain situations, bro. That's how we find out who's good enough. You know what I'm saying? Like Canelo, usually when he's picking an opponent, Canelo's the one who brings up the resume. Oh, he hasn't fought anybody. So the boxers make the standards. I just stick to the standards that they want to. If Canelo tells me, okay, bro, I'm not finna fight this guy. He's not good enough. He ain't fought nobody. But then I turn around and say, hey, man, you said that one guy wasn't good enough. He ain't fought nobody. Why you fighting this guy? Oh, I do what I want. Oh, you lied to me then. So that's why I say resumes matter, because when a boxer usually turns down a fight, the first thing they bring up is somebody's resume. Oh, we got a lot of good fights left. Sure, we might see Canelo fight again. I think Canelo can hop in the ring with Christian and Billy or somebody. Or it was another 168. I think Canelo can hop in the ring with William Skull, depending on how much he pay him, and fight him on an interweight card or something like that. Canelo gonna fight in Japan no matter what happens. That's a guarantee. Canelo guaranteed to fight in Japan. His next fight is most likely gonna be in Japan, and it might be like December. So Canelo's he's in a situation where he's not really involved with the big fights like that right now. He did whatever that he wanted. Like he said, he doesn't pick his fights. Canelo doesn't pick his fights. So whatever schedule these networks have him on and the fighters they pick for him, that's what he goes through with. And his team picks the fights, like Eddie Reynoso and all those guys. And whoever they pick, that's what they go with. And Canelo just wants to fight in Japan. That's his dream. He wants to fight in Japan. And that's the only plans he actually has right now, is to fight in Japan. So half the time when they asking guys like Bitterviv or Canelo who they gonna fight, these guys don't really know. They don't really know who they gonna fight. They don't really have any idea. Even Triple G, that's why Triple G was like, guys, okay. They really don't know who they gonna fight. These networks are, even when Canelo got in trouble that one time and they were saying to him, hey, we want to see you fight a certain competition. And he was like, what? And then he ended up leaving the zone and coming back or some situation like that. Well, he was being requested to fight certain fighters. They asked you to do that. They asked him, hey man, we want you to see you fight this certain guy. They picked a specific fight for him. I know a lot of people ain't pay attention to that, but they picked a specific fight for Canelo and he didn't like it. And he kind of showed right then, hey man, I get my fights picked for me. So a lot of times these fights we can't ask for, but if it's not already being discussed before he talks to the media about it, it's probably not going to happen. Oh yeah, I still got this picture up. I'm tripping. Yeah, I think Canelo will fight Skull and Billy. I like that order too you got right there. I ain't gonna lie to you, nerd. I like that order you got. I like Skull and Billy. I like Janovic. I'll probably take Crawford off and I would add Pacheco. And what's another person I'll add? Somebody else, man. I don't know, somebody else. I wouldn't be surprised though. Right now, I know last week I heard that what's his name? William Skull. The other guy that William Skull was fighting, Shiskin. I heard that Berlanga and Caleb Plant was just trying to get his belt. I guess they want to get a Canelo rematch or whatever. Try to be the A side in some next fight, but I know they wanted to try to fight him next, so I know Caleb Plant and Berlanga trying to get that belt, that IBF belt, but if I was Canelo, I'd fight him next. William Skull ain't have no gas tank either. All Canelo gotta do is take William Skull like 10 rounds, and he good. That dude spit out the mouthpiece and everything. A lot of people seen it. I know a couple people in here seen it. But yeah, that's a difficult fight. I don't know if that Canelo and Crawford fight, I had like a 1 year limit on it. I asked for it last year. So it's been like a year since I asked for it. So I kind of quit on that fight. Most of these fights I kind of quit on. Charlo versus Crawford, I quit on that fight too. I think Crawford would be better off at just 154 right now. and just finish that off and then go ahead and retire. And then let these young guys kind of get in the mix. Because right now, if you're a guy at 154, you should want to be trying to get in the mix right now, because if you can't get a fight with Crawford, you could at least put yourself in position to get a belt once he retires and vacates all the belts. And that's when a guy like Zayas can kind of step in, or any of these other guys that's young at 154. I think the rest of these guys will go to 160. Because Tszyu was even saying last year, man, I might go to 160 by now. See, he was thinking about going to 160 by this time. So I don't know if his weight was an issue or he just wanted to go to a different division that his brother was in, like Charlos did. But he's hopping out of the division though. Yeah, but yeah, like Jose said, we got a lot of good fights though. That Bam Rodriguez being on the undercard, I think that's huge. I like Bam Rodriguez being on the undercard of Jaron Ennis, because I feel like it's going to be like a similar situation to what Tank and Benavidez did. And then once Bam has another fight, he could probably have a fight in New York. If he has a fight in Philly and then turns around and have a fight in like New York or somewhere, he'll have a lot of fans on the East Coast that'll be familiar with him. He don't got that many East Coast fans right now. So I know Eddie Hearn probably looking at the analytics and he's thinking, okay, Bam ain't got that many East Coast fans, so let me try to get these East Coast fans on his side or to see what he's doing. And then we can kind of roll him out, because even though Ennis is like older, he's still been around like a lot longer as far as, because, you know, we got the internet now. So people been watching him for years. I didn't think he was as popular as he is, but he is. Very popular. I think it's because of the whole Spence and Crawford thing over the years. It kind of helped spring him into action. But yeah, and Billy and Skull, that would be a good matchup. Seeing those two guys fight would have been a good fight. The last fight, instead of seeing Billy with Derbychenko, even though Derbychenko fight was good, that could have been a good matchup. But I knew that Shishkin fight with William Skull, that was gonna be a snooze fest. Those guys don't punch a lot. I knew that was gonna be a definite snooze fest. That was not it was a close fight, but it wasn't what the fans was expecting. But yeah, I think a lot of these fights, the next 4 months, 4 weeks, well, 4 months really, because we still got David Benavidez jumping into action soon. David Benavidez and Morrell, that's going to start a lot of stuff. It's going to be like the same thing how Ryan Garcia and Haney was this year. Have two young guys fighting each other, getting everything started. I think that's going to be a huge fight. Just don't know what's going to happen between Beterbiev and Bivol. I kind of wanted to see that Bivol fight with Canelo, just because I knew Canelo was hurt a little bit and a couple of the other fights. Probably learned a lot from that last fight as well. I seen Canelo jabbing a lot too since that Bivol fight, so he's kind of preparing for something. But I thought it was a good matchup, man. I really did. Yeah, I thought it was a good matchup. But yeah, man, I appreciate everybody coming through, man. I might be on here later on, man. Appreciate Jose and everybody. Truth, PD, everybody for coming through. Probably try to be on here later on tomorrow or something.